Election night, one vote 2020. I'm Tina Cosby, host of Community Connection, and joining me tonight are the host of Open Lines, Your Eye on the Community, Ebony Chappelle and Cameron Riddle. And last but not least, the our contributing analyst for Community Connection, James Patterson. Is everybody here? Can we see everybody?
We are all here,
All
socially
right.
distant.
So
and
we
here.
are all properly socially distanced tonight.
Absolutely.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We have been planning this for quite a while.
The coverage tonight will go all the way until midnight because we just don't know what's going to happen.
We really don't. We brought our coffee. Everybody's done everything, so we're ready to go.
We are properly caffeinated for this evening, and we just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that have joined us. We are now streaming on our Facebook Lives, as well as on the websites, as well as over the radio. So this is going to be an exciting evening, no matter what.
Indeed. And James, you are joining us via StreamYard. Are you there, James?
I'm here.
Okay, James is a constitutional whiz, so he's going to help us fill in some of the blanks with some of the things that we may not necessarily know about. What do you think? Does anybody have any predictions before we get started?
Well, the first prediction is that the polls will close, and that just happened.
Yes.
So it is now 7:02 here Eastern time, and so that means the counties in Northwest and Southwest Indiana have now closed for their election as well. So Indiana and Kentucky are two of the states that closed first. Indianapolis, what I hear from experts, is going to be a place that they're watching because this is the first large urban city in a red state. So they're looking to see how Indianapolis does. That'll be not determining, but it's a clue to how things will go for the rest of the night.
Indeed.
Absolutely. So that'll be something that we'll be paying attention to, as well as some of the states that are extending the voting times because of some complications earlier this afternoon. North Carolina being one of them. And Tina, you mentioned shortly before we went on the air that there were some places here in the state of Indiana that were having issues as well as far as the polling places.
Yeah, for something's going on in Madison County and Alexandria, all up in that area where they're saying it could be up to 4 hours before they get through the end of the line. And attempts have been, according to the report, the clerk's office, the Madison County clerk has not given a report or given a reason why just yet, but we'll keep our eye on that. But yeah, it looks like there's a backlog, a little bit of a jam up there in Madison County.
Yeah, we are keeping an eye on that. As you know, you'll find me on multiple stations tonight, as well as here on the radio and streaming, but also on WRTV. They've got a crew up in Madison County that is looking into that. One of the races I'm watching tonight is the Victoria Sparks and Christina Hale.
Yeah, everybody's watching that one.
Yeah.
It's one of the top ones coming out of our state, watched around the country right now.
One of the reasons,
5th congressional district,
one of the reasons I'm watching it even closer now is because Madison County is part of that district. So when we're looking at numbers and we're looking at things to come in, it's going to be a bit later now if you've got all these people still in Madison County. So that's a race that you'll have to watch probably till late in the night. I just talked to their campaign folks, and they said the last time this happened, they didn't get the results until 12:30 in the morning.
In the morning, the next morning.
Could it be later? Yes. Could it be earlier? Yes. I talked to the Indiana Republicans an hour ago. Everybody's just kind of, we don't really know what's going to happen.
James, are you watching anything in particular this evening?
Yeah, I am. Actually, I'm watching the election day turnout, which was reported that at certain places the lines were long and at certain places they were short. Now, that could be because of the record early voting turnout that we had in Indiana, over 1.7 million ballots cast in the state. What will those ballots tell us when they are finally counted? And it's not going to be tonight because they were not able to start counting until today. Didn't start counting until today. And so what will we learn about the breakdown and how those votes are going to be distributed, and the light, heavy at some polling places turnout today? How's that going to impact? Because according to some analysts in Indiana and other places, the early vote that early vote heavily favored the Democrats, especially in urban areas like Indianapolis, Gary, Northwest Indiana, Southwest Indiana, Evansville, Terre Haute, the college towns. So, how is that going to mesh with this light, heavy voter turnout that we saw today? In some places, you could get in 10 or 15 minutes.
James, let me go ahead and interrupt you real quick because the Associated Press has now projected Donald Trump and Eric Holcomb as the winners of Indiana's election here at 7:06. That's just coming in from the Associated Press.
Just got that.
NBC doing the same. So at 7:06, Governor Holcomb is apparently, according to the Associated Press's projections, going to be our governor once again.
Next governor. And you know what? The timing on this is not unlike I would think in 2016, if you'll recall, just almost immediately after the polls closed, the state was called for Donald Trump. So that's not surprising.
And that's something that experts expected this time around.
Nobody
as well.
was giving it to
so that's not too much of a surprise. I do think, to James's point about the record turnout here in Indiana, that followed across the country as well. Over 102 million votes cast across the country in early voting, which is twice as many as 2016 and 3 times as many from 2012. So that's going to be an interesting thing to watch throughout the rest of the evening when they, count those early votes, when they come in, and what that means for the rest of the election.
Well, exactly. The down ballot races, like you guys aptly pointed out, that's not a surprise that Eric Holcomb was reelected, or at least that's what they're projecting. No, and it's not a surprise that that Donald Trump won Indiana. But what about Victoria Sparks, Christina Hale? What about, we talked about the supermajority in the Indiana legislature? Will that be broken? Will the Democrats who once controlled the Indiana legislature be strengthened? So that's what we're waiting to see.
Well, I tell you what, we've got some guests throughout the course of the evening, and one has arrived already. He is backstage, if you will, virtually backstage. Representative Earl Harris from the state's District 2, Northwest Indiana. And Representative Harris, have you heard the latest that the race has been called for Trump and for Governor Holcomb?
I actually have over to my left an iPad with MSNBC, and I saw that the state had been called for Trump. I had not, until you just announced it, did not know about the governor's race. So that answered my question pretty early in the evening.
So what do you think it looks like, going into the rest of the evening, from your view?
Well, there's a lot of races that we're keeping an eye on. You were just talking about the numbers in the House. We have some seats here that we need to protect. Chris Young, Lisa Beck, who were victorious 2 years ago, and the people that they beat are running against them again. Melanie Wright, who's more over in the Yorktown area, she has a very Trump district, but she, as a Democrat, has been elected. And then we have a candidate that's running against Speaker Houston that is putting a lot of pressure on him. And then there's a few other races around the state that we think we can flip some seats. So we have to protect some seats, but we also believe we can flip some seats and get out of the supermajority that we're currently sitting in Indiana.
Yeah, indeed. It's still quite early. Ebony, Cameron, or James, please feel free to jump in here at any point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering, as far as the governor's race is concerned, that was one of the things, reading the news around the country. Dr. Woody Myers was an anomaly this time around, one of the only, actually the only Black man on the ballot for the gubernatorial seat around the country. What do you think happened as far as him not being able to garner the type of votes to, really push him forward, especially in a time like this, in a time of civil unrest? A lot of people really focus on social issues, a lot of voters. What are your thoughts on why that is the case?
I think we have a situation where really Governor Holcomb has been popular. I mean, I have to give credit where credit's due. He was elected the same year as I was, and we walked into the East Chicago lead issue, and he spent a lot of time up here in Northwest Indiana. So, I think just the way he's been the governor the last 4 years, it's been kind of safe. So he hasn't really rocked the boat. And I think in general, people see the state as going in in a good direction, at least as far as they can see it, and didn't see a real reason to change. Governor was also sitting on a lot of money, and we know that with running for office, you have to have funds. So I believe he had a big financial advantage over Dr. Myers in terms of money in his campaign fund. So, it was going to be an uphill battle for Dr. Myers. I mean, as you said, he was the only Black person running for governor in the country, which is kind of shocking, but that was reality. So he had a tough uphill battle, and we'll look at 4 more years of Governor Holcomb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was. I'd be curious to see what the margin is.
Right now, only as the 8% of the vote is in, and at least on the presidential right now, I'm pulling the governor up in a second, but with 8% of Indiana's votes in, Donald Trump is ahead 64% to Joe Biden's 33%.
Yeah,
getting all of Indiana's 11 electoral votes. On the governor's side, 7% again still in, and right now it is 62% Eric Holcomb, 23% to Woody Myers. Donald Rainwater, though, he is in the game with 13.5%.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that Rainwater's support was pulled mostly from Governor Holcomb. Not necessarily, he wasn't pulling from Woody.
No, and that was evident in that last and final debate with the governor spending so much time focused on Rainwater as opposed to Dr. Woody Myers, which is really interesting. And one thing that I saw is a lot of that came from people not being too happy with his restrictions on coronavirus, especially the mask mandate, which I find very interesting because there are other people that feel like this was something that they absolutely failed at.
Yeah. The mask mandate is something, was it a health issue or a civil issue? It just, it's amazing how that got merged and got just, there's just a problem with that.
Can I add something there?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I've been on the phone a lot today. And I've had the conversation about how it was interesting that, Rainwater, not a complete surprise he did as well as he did, because there really was a lot of pushback on the Republican side, Holcomb, governor, the things he was doing in terms of not moving us as fast as a lot of Republicans wanted us. So there were a lot of Republicans that jumped ship. They weren't going to necessarily, I guess, as we see, vote for Dr. Myers, but they went to Rainwater. So it was interesting to see that I think the governor got beat up more by his own party than by us as Democrats as we have gone through this process of dealing with COVID over the last months.
Yeah, and I was going to also ask you, State Representative, about the margin. I'm not talking about the governor's race. I mean the presidential race. I think Cameron said that what he looked at was 8% of the vote there, and I don't believe they've even started, seriously counting in, like I said, the bigger cities. Lake County is always late. Indianapolis had over 200,000 as of this morning, over 200,000, about 210,000 bank votes already. So it's interesting that I wonder what counties they use to count and how they came to the decision from their decision desks to give the race to Trump. But having said that, let's accept that. What would be the final margin? That's really going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, is the final margin. Yeah.
I mean, it's an early call because we just closed. We're an hour behind you up here in Northwest Indiana, as everyone knows. So we just closed our poll, as you talked about. There's still polls open throughout the state. So it's an interesting early call. I think that number will get tighter because, as you said, Northwest Indiana votes will come in. And here in Lake County, we had 100,000 people that voted early. I was one of them. So 100,000 of us voted early. So I can see those numbers getting closer as we go throughout the night and once the numbers are finalized. But yeah, I think it's an early call. And when I saw that pop up on my iPad on MSNBC, I thought, wow, I mean, the polls haven't even closed yet for us. And it's
8% of the vote in. I wonder what their wisdom was on that, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen, we're going to, Ebony, I think we probably need to take a quick break here.
Yeah,
we're having a few technical issues, and we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back.
And we're starting to see the potential for transition there. This could be that election. Joe Biden doesn't need to win these states to win. But if he does win any of Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, then it's going to be a very long night for Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's really strategic when we think about the 270, that magic number that officially gets you into the White House. Henry, thank you. As I noted, you'll be with us the entire evening. We'll come back. You'll be watching the states, and as those start to fall in the ledger, either to red or blue, you'll be telling us. And Derek, you'll be coming back throughout the hour with us. I thank you both for joining us. We'll be back to you in just a bit. We have throughout every hour what we call our co-hosts, if you will. We have brought some of the best and brightest together, some of the folks that you normally listen to and look at and look to, for guidance through, or at least just to get their interesting take. Let me introduce you to Mark Thompson, who is the host of the podcast Make It Plain, and is one of those people who's been on the civil rights front line for a long time, and Aisha Mills, who, is all over television all the time telling us what those politicians should, in fact, do, as she is a political analyst and strategist. I'm so happy to have you both here. Mark, let me start with you. When you hear, and you and I were talking earlier in the day about turnout, I'd like to find out what both of you guys have been hearing as you've had your ears to the ground. What have you heard so far, Mark?
Well, again, thanks for having me in and let me join with others who are aging you tonight as someone we've all admired for many, many years, and the example that you set. And really, this current generation of journalists that we have now, Black journalists, you were one of those pioneers, going back to the BET days. So it looks like the turnout today, especially in states like Florida, was a little bit less than was expected. But the speculation is, and when I say less, lines were not as long as I think people thought. But that very well could be because, and we may learn by the time the night is over, the reason for that is that so many people early voted. And so that may make the difference right there. I believe, and there are a couple of things that are happening even at this hour that some are saying very interesting. The Trump campaign is already petitioning, I believe, a court in Nevada for the polls, in a particular Nevada county, to stay open, which is very, very interesting. So that has already started. The exit polls are showing that the white electorate is 8 percentage points less than it was in 2016.
Yeah.
Trump's already won Kentucky. Biden's already won Vermont. This is going to be a very interesting night. But if Florida comes in early, then this may end up being a short night.
Yeah, it makes it very hard for President Trump to find a way to 270 if, in fact, he loses Florida. Ms. Mills, so nice to have you with us this evening. Always good to see you. What are you hearing?
Well, first of all, let me
and
say-
listen, I know you grew up with me. I'm old and gray, so go ahead.
Well, look, it is an honor to be here with you, and it is particularly exciting for me on this night to be in conversation, especially with our NAACP and the Black community, about what this election means for us and why it has mattered so much that we've come out in full force. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is an absolute disaster for Black people. So say what you will about the establishment, right? I know that's a conversation about the Democratic Party, which is at this point neither here nor there, because we got two options to deal with. But certainly we know, or at least I know, I'll say, speak for myself, that there's really only one option for Black folk, and it's to get rid of Donald Trump. And the thing that has made me rather just cautiously, I think, encouraged about what we've seen with the early vote is that, look, in order for Biden to win, he really just needs to reclaim that blue wall, which is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Nothing else matters. Now, if we get Georgia, that's great. If we get Florida, that's great. If we get North Carolina, that's great. Maybe in Arizona. I mean, there's a lot of pathways. But relative to 2016, Hillary Clinton lost because of those key states. If Joe Biden gets those key states back and then holds everything else that Hillary Clinton won, the night will look good for the Democrats. With early voting, we're seeing astronomical turnout in early voting. Pennsylvania in particular is interesting to me because Philly is showing up and showing out, which means that inherently Black people are showing up and showing out in early vote. I'm also looking to see what's happening in Milwaukee and Detroit relative to Michigan and to Wisconsin. And so I think that what's interesting to me that I'm eyeing is there's been a lot of conversation about how Joe Biden hasn't really said that he's trying to recreate the Obama coalition, which is a little bit of a wink and a nod, that it's less about Black people this cycle and more about working class white voters. But I think it's interesting that in those key states in particular, working class white folks don't win unless Black people show up.
That's exactly
Black people
right.
don't win unless working class white folks show up. And so we actually are really trying to come together to get those three states in line. And if those come through, we win.
So we're looking and see. I'm from Detroit, as you all know, and been talking to people throughout Michigan, at least the early part of the day. Once I've been in the studio, I've been kind of shut off the phones, but it seemed like the Black turnout in Michigan and Detroit was doing well. We will have you both throughout this hour. We'll come back to you in just a few minutes, but another one of those states we've been talking about in that Rust Belt in the Midwest is Ohio. We're happy to have Representative Marcia Fudge, a Democrat of Ohio, with us. Marcia, always good to see you, Congresswoman. Thanks so much for joining us. You know, this is one of those times that people were at least crossing their fingers and looking to your state to see what might happen. What can you tell us this early on?
Well, early on, our polls closed at 7:30, so we're about 10 minutes before the polls close, but our numbers look good. Generally, if we win the state of Ohio, it's because our numbers in this district, in this county, come in large. So I'm hopeful that we're going to hit the numbers we need to hit. We're right now at about 68%. We need to hit probably 70% to really bring in a large enough margin for the Biden-Harris team to at least try to make up for what's going to happen in the southern part of the state, more in the Appalachian areas and more in the rural areas. So right now I'm feeling, pretty optimistic. I'm not confident, but I am pretty optimistic.
Let me ask you this. I know that this is something that no matter who wins the White House, you and your colleagues have to be concerned with, and that is the continuing pandemic that this nation is facing and the strain and stress it puts on employment, quite frankly, particularly in Midwest states who are going to face cold weather and who are grappling with the idea of what to do next. Give me a sense of where you stand with that right now.
Well, I mean, certainly we cannot get the economy back where it needs to be, even going in a direction.
From the NAACP, RTV6, our news gathering partners, and of course, CNN. So we're going to peek in and out of a lot of those places, a lot of those coverages throughout the course of the evening as well.
We also want to let people know that they can watch us on Facebook Live as well as on the websites for 106.7 WTLC, AM 1310 The Light, as well as Hot 96.3. So you can watch us and hear us simultaneously as we continue on updating you all throughout the evening.
Well, before we took our break, we were speaking with Indiana State Representative Earl Harris Jr. Representative Harris, a number of your colleagues are going to be joining us also throughout the course of the evening. So we're going to let you go so that another one of your colleagues can join us very shortly. Any closing or final thoughts you want to leave us with?
No, the thing with me is election isn't important, and obviously now we have a situation where it's early voting. So I think it's been great that so many people have gotten engaged in the process. We know we have a lot of decisions to make in terms of the direction of this country, in terms of where we've been and where we want to go and getting things back on track. So I'm glad to see that there has been so much excitement around this. I hope this continues on throughout the years and through future elections. And I'm very happy to be part of the process here in Indiana and part of the Indiana legislature and looking forward to working in the 2021 session with making things even better for our state of Indiana. And I'd like to say for people out there, I know you're in Indianapolis, but I always have to give thanks to the voters for being engaged and being in part of the process.
All righty, thank you, State Representative Earl Harris Jr., representing Northwest Indiana's second House district, and Representative Harris is he's been all over the state, but his roots are in Northwest Indiana. So he's carrying along a legacy, a family legacy, if you will, because he's taking over for his father, who has since passed on. So.
Which is fantastic to hear. And he mentioned thanking the voters. We have had record voter turnout. That's something that I don't think can be highlighted enough this evening, is that the people really, really stepped out in this election season to let their voice be heard through their vote, which is fantastic. I'm really excited, Tina, to hear from other members of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus as we go on throughout the evening. One of the things that I'm really interested to ask them about is their thoughts on Governor Holcomb bringing on this new diversity staff member. I know that was one of the issues that the IBLC really spoke up a lot about this year, is the fact that they felt that there were some things missing in terms of Governor Holcomb's outreach to the Black community, in terms of his focus on Black issues. So that's something that I'm really interested to ask them about, since right now it's looking like we will have another 4 years of Governor Holcomb here in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, it looks like it. And it was kind of surprising that Indiana was called so quickly. I mean, I don't know. It just caught me off balance a little, because I thought there would be a little bit longer before they made the call. But
there are some outlets that are, really pausing on making that, because such a small percentage of the vote has come in. I think we're a little bit over 8% at this point. So there are some people saying, let's hold off, let's wait, because there are so many things at play right now. And I think that is a very wise choice, because this is an evening that we just have to wait and see how everything turns out.
We absolutely do. And James, were you said,
Ebony couldn't have said it better, and wisely. Some news organizations are holding off. Not to say that Eric Holcomb hasn't won. He probably has, most likely. Same thing with President Trump. But we need to count all the votes. This year is different, Tina, as you know. We had 210,000 votes that were cast.
That's exactly why I'm off balance a little bit with the early call. How can that call? But like you said, and it wouldn't be the first time a call would be retracted either.
Exactly. I think we need to, have a little patience. Have a little, have a little old time patience and just wait.
Yeah, just wait and see. Well, it looks like there are several places as we go along. What time do we have now? It's about
7:29 right now.
7:29. So several other states are closing their polls. James, when we were on the air in Ebony the other day, one of our guests was telling us that Indiana has one of the shortest election days in the country, with just 12 hours, because a lot of other states go a lot longer. Some a half hour longer, some an hour longer, some maybe even, I don't know, but they were pointing it out to us, and I was not aware of the comparison. But when you think about it, 12 hours to decide an election for the next 4 years is a short amount of time. I guess
it is an extremely short amount of time. And even when you look at early voting, we were really blessed this year to have some extra satellite and early voting sites, which has been a really contentious issue here in the state of Indiana, especially in Marion County. With us being so populous, having only a handful of places for people to early vote up until October 24th caused a lot of issues. We saw lines that were so long, people waiting upwards of 7-10 hours to cast their early vote. There is a lot of, conversation around that, people calling it straight up voter suppression.
Straight up voter suppression.
And I would say that I disagree with them. You also have the fact that Indiana is one of those places where you cannot register to vote on election day. It's something that you have to do so early. We cut it off at the earliest day legally that you can cut that off. That's what Indiana does. So that's something that will be interesting to see if we ever see a time in this state where that changes, I think the more and more that people talk about it, the more that we get our elected officials to really pay attention to it and do something about it, we can maybe see some change in the future. But for now, that's what we're dealing with, which makes it extremely difficult for people to want to get out and vote.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Ebony, your generation is going to help us do that. There were so many young people in those lines, in those long, long lines that we saw before the election. And you're right, Indiana, a month before the election day, they cut off registration. Some states are 4 states that have same day registration.
Mhm.
So, you know, I've heard people say that election day should be a national holiday. Why not?
Tina and James, that's something that I've heard a lot. Wanted to know
I've
your
heard it,
thoughts
I've
on
said
that.
it, and I am a proponent of. I'm a big backer of that. I don't understand why it's not a national holiday.
Yeah, it absolutely should be. You know, we are in a very critical time. I think people have understood, especially people in the Black community have understood over the past few years, the importance of the vote. When you look, especially at local elections right here, you know, in your own city, some of these races are called with a very small percentage of the vote being won. So it's coming down to, you know, thousands of votes, which really is nothing in the grand scheme of things. So to be able to call a race with such a small percentage point, you know, is very, it's indicative of the fact that every vote really does count.
And you
yeah.
also have the issue of different time zones. I mean, you have people, you know, organizations on the East Coast calling elections where people on the West Coast are still voting.
Yes.
Before their polls, and that comes up every election cycle, regardless. It comes
Absolutely.
up. Yeah, so.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where you really have to engage the voters in your town to stay engaged, stay in line. Don't feel like, you know, it's all is lost at this point, because like we said earlier, this is one of those times where you have to exercise a lot of patience. Also be vigilant. If you're standing in line, I don't know what it's looking like right here in the city of Indianapolis, but staying in line. I saw something earlier today on CNN of the FBI investigating robocalls that were happening in certain key states of people being called on their phone and being told, don't go out and vote, stay home, stay safe. There's not enough security to keep you safe, which is extremely problematic. I don't know if they've come up with an answer for why that happened right now or who's behind it, but there's been significant issues as far as people feeling like their vote was suppressed this time around.
Yeah. I think there's no doubt. But you know, there was also a very thin line between what is clearly voter suppression and what was clearly voter enthusiasm. Because at some point, it's true, because, you know, sometimes regardless of how much space you have and how many locations you have, if people are enthusiastic and all want to crowd and get to a certain place, you can't hold them back. I mean, there's not a whole lot. So there was that thin line that we had to figure out where the balance lied as well, I thought, because I thought that there was just as much voter enthusiasm around the country this year as there was clearly and obviously voter suppression. So
yes, absolutely.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We have another guest backstage. Let's see if he is ready. It's another state representative, Representative John Bartlett. Is he, if he's not ready to come, he's up. Representative Bartlett, are you there?
I'm here.
Well, how are you?
Doing the best I can with what I got.
Okay, that's what we all are doing. Is your camera on?
Yeah.
There, now I can see you. I couldn't before. Okay, I can see. So you know, we're just getting started. I'm sure you've heard the very latest. So I guess we'd like to ask you, what are your reflections and what are your thoughts at this particular point?
I was just listening to your previous conversation, and one of the things I really would like to see happen in the great state of Indiana and across this nation, really, is just like you went in today or whenever you voted, you would hand them your driver's license. Your ballot would come out with the information on it. So when you put that ballot into the machine, the folk that you can vote for who came up on the screen. We need kiosks in any government building, local, state, or federal building, post office, libraries, where you can just go in during voting season. You should have a week. You can go and just stick your driver's license in, your ballot comes out, you put that in the machine, you vote, you put it back in the machine that counts it, and you go home. The there's nothing or no reason that I can think of to why you just have to have that 12-hour period, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Folk overseas, when they had the vote in Iraq from the United States, the Iraqi people here were able to vote overseas from the United States. So if we can do that for other nations, why can't we do that for ourselves? And just go into any government building, stick your driver's license in the kiosk, your ballot comes out, you vote, stick it in the machine, your vote's counted, you go home.
Yeah, Representative Bartlett, you bring up some really excellent points, and it would be wonderful if we were able to see those things happen. I think a lot of voters and a lot of your constituents would love to see that be the case, as far as making it easier to vote. One of the things that I wonder is, especially right now when we're dealing with coronavirus, a lot of people felt like their safety was put at risk because the governor and, other powers that be did not make absentee voting easily accessible to everyone, pretty much forcing lots of people to come out of their house to vote in person. What is the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus? What are your guys' plans as far as trying to influence that the next time around to make voting more accessible and easier for everyone to have access to?
Well, I don't want to speak for the caucus, but I will say this. I serve on the elections. I do not anymore. I used to serve on the elections apportionment committee, but one of the things we have to do is stop waiting to the last minute and stop asking for what you want and start demanding the things that you want and demanding what is good for Hoosiers. We wait till time to vote and we come up with all these good ideas. We need to put our ideas in place now for 4 years from now. That is huge. We need to listen to our constituency and what is your ideology? Because my job as a state representative is to represent the ideology of my constituents. So if my constituents will reach out to me, and I am accessible, and let me know what it is that you want, we need to have forums. We need to have town hall meetings about our election process and about all of our policies and processes in the great state of Indiana. And
Yeah,
as
and I
far
know
as
voter education is a big part of that as well. A lot of people that I've been talking to have complained about the fact that they just felt like there was a lot that they didn't know. They didn't feel like they were properly educated on who the candidates were, how to research those candidates.
But Ebony, the biggest and the most common and most consistent complaint that we got, and James, you can attest to this on Community Connection, was the way that the state does the judges.
Yes.
Because no one knows who these judges are. They don't know what party they belong to. They don't know a whole lot about them. And James, didn't people call?
Yeah, and that's right, Tina. And they don't know their records.
Exactly.
They don't know what kind of decisions they've made that might have impacted them or somebody they know or somebody they care about.
And so what can the legislature do to make that process and that part of the ballot more transparent? Because I've got a ballot here. Yeah, I've got a ballot here somewhere. And
Tina,
it says should so-and-so be maintained or should so-and-so be maintained. How do you make an educated choices? Educated.
I think James knows, but you're gonna learn. Don't ask me a question if you're not sure you want to know the answer.
We want to know the answer. That's why you're here.
That's why you're here. That's why you are our guest. I want to find out.
I'm talking to all of us Hoosiers, taxpayers.
Here it is. I got it.
We used to elect our judges in Marion County, and the legislature took that right away from you. Now, there are 95 counties, 87 counties in the state of Indiana that go to the poll and elect their judges. There are 5 counties that don't just go and elect a Democrat and Republican judge. We had that right here in Marion County up until 2 years ago. And that right was taken away from us through the legislature. And everybody was silent on that. And see, we have to pay attention to what's going on in that legislature. And I tell my constituency all the time at my town hall meetings, listen, you have to know what I'm doing. You need to keep up with me.
Yeah.
I work for you.
Yeah.
You need to know if I'm voting right, wrong, or indifferent. Just because I've been in the legislature since 2007 don't make me the right candidate.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay attention to what's going on, and our legislature robs us of some of our abilities that we do have. Like the legislature also took away our city county councilors at large.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't happen till they got to be all African American. Okay.
Yeah.
Our judges were elected Democrat, Republican judges until we started getting African American judges. You had an African American supervisor of the Superior Court judges, and all of a sudden, to elect our judges the way we have been electing them is wrong. So, you know, and then, but nobody says anything. And everybody expects for the Black Caucus to be down there and take care of all this. But we have so many issues.
Yeah.
We need the help of our constituency to make these things happen. Now,
You think you'll get any help this evening when it's all said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question, Tina. What she's trying to say, Representative Bartlett, is we were looking at these races earlier when they called it with 8% of the vote in for Governor Holcomb and President Trump. But what do you think is going to happen? Are you going to get some help today in the legislature?
Right.
Are you looking at those races?
we're hoping so, because right now, across the aisle, if we walked out, they still can vote on anything else. They had 69, we had 31.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a supermajority in the House and in the Senate.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we don't show up, so we don't have any leverage there. And that's why it's so important to vote in every election.
Yes.
And see, now, one of the things that kind of got me in trouble, but I say this often, we have to be married to principle, not to a party. Understand who you're voting for.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Expound on that, because that was one of the things that a lot of people, especially first-time voters in the community that I was talking to, wondering, who is it that I vote for? And one of the things that I advised them to, just on a personal level, was to do some research and not just vote straight party, but to do some research on the individual candidate. So I wanted to have you expound on that point about not voting specific to party, but looking a little deeper than that.
You need to know what your issues are, and you have to vote in favor of your issues. Philosophically, for the most part, I agree with the Democrat Party. Okay. But all Democrats ain't good and all Republicans ain't bad. And you have to understand that. So if there is someone across the aisle that's doing a great job, or that's more in tune and in line with what I believe, I need to take a look at that. Mm-hmm. If there's someone in the Democrat Party that's really selling me down the river, I need to take a look at that. So it's not a popular statement for an elected official to say, to make, but I believe that.
Yeah. Yeah. How long you've been in the legislature? How long? You're from here in Indianapolis, and you represent the 95th district, District 95. How long have you been in office?
I was caucused in December of 2007. Finished out the last year of Mae Dickinson's term, and I ran in 2008, and I ran every 2 years since then.
Yeah, yeah. And so, would you say that since you've been in office, things have gotten better, worse, or stayed the same?
I believe you cannot mark time. You either keep the pace or the whole world passes you by. And I don't think we're keeping the pace.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll know a lot more by the end of the evening, because I am really curious to see what happens to that two-house supermajority, the House and the Senate. It's just, the legislative supermajority there.
I think with 8%, and it's way too early to try to make that call, in my opinion.
We kind of were a little taken aback by it as well, as you heard us talking. So.
Absolutely. 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 We have a few of the updates that have come in over the past 20 minutes. One of them, around 7:38, Republican Jim Banks won re-election in Indiana's 3rd congressional district.
Yep.
Something else that I think is of note, earlier around 7:28, and I'm looking at the Indianapolis Recorder, who is providing some live updates this evening. So shout out to them. With roughly 14% of the vote in, Todd Rokita, who tested positive for coronavirus, and that was revealed today, is leading Democratic challenger Jonathan Weinstoffel with roughly 30 points for the Attorney General race here in the state of Indiana.
That's surprising.
Very surprising.
Very surprising. Yeah. Because that's not exactly the way it was polling before. That's not exactly the way that one was
Tells you
polling.
about those polls.
Yeah,
which they
exactly.
have-
It sure does. It absolutely does. So, and Ebony, on the national front, it looks like 2 states that have been called, Indiana and Vermont. Indiana goes to Trump, and he gets the 11 electoral votes here in the state of Indiana.
All right.
And Joe Biden gets Vermont. And he has the 3 electoral votes that go to Vermont. So Biden 3 and Trump 11 very, very early on, not even an hour after about 45 minutes after the polls have closed. So.
Wow, which again, speaking of Indiana, I know we mentioned earlier that it was pretty early for them to be calling that, but it wasn't at all something that was surprising. This was one of those states that was very much predicted to go red in Donald Trump's direction this evening.
Yeah. I have to agree with Representative Harris, though. You've got to believe that is going to tighten quite a bit as the evening wears on. James, do you think it's going to tighten, or you think it's that?
Absolutely, I do. They have counted almost none of the vote from Marion County and Lake County, which is traditionally slow in coming in.
Very slow in getting there.
And these ballots that were banked, I think Russell Hollis, the deputy Marion County clerk, said, "We're not finishing tonight. We'll pick it up in the morning." So I don't understand the logic. I don't disagree, if that's what the experts are saying, but I'd like to see the final.
When they make a call, it's it's based on stuff that I'm not familiar with entirely. I guess.
Exactly. So we'll see, but it's definitely going to tighten.
Have they counted Vanderbilt County?
Have they counted Vanderbilt County? I don't. With 8% of the vote counted, I don't. Let me see.
And see, they're right behind us too. So, and that's Jonathan Weinstoppel's area.
Okay. Yeah. We'll check that. Well, right now, they haven't called that race. They're just saying Weinstoppel is behind 30
Yeah,
points.
but he'll bring in a lot of Democrat vote because he's running out of that area.
Yeah. Trump wins Indiana, Biden wins Vermont. That's basically as far as the national is going so far. And let's look at Indiana's.
I'm looking at the Indianapolis Star update.
Okay.
It says that Christina Hale is ahead with 33% of the vote counted. She is ahead of Victoria Sparks, 51.8 to 45.5.
Wow.
45.5.
Oh, which is quite
the
news.
Now there is your story. One of the big stories. I was saying that tonight there's going to be a surprise or possibly a shocker here in the state of Indiana. That's wow.
And Tina, let me update you further. According to the Star, with 24% of the vote in Indiana, Trump's lead has narrowed over Biden to 17 points. So it's 57.5 to 40.7. That's with about a quarter of the votes counted.
Yeah.
So it has narrowed from that 8% report that we got before.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Absolutely, indeed. Let me see. Yeah. So what are you watching, especially Representative Bartlett? Is there anything that piqued your interest more so than not this evening that you're looking for? What are you looking at?
The House and the Senate races for the General Assembly. I'm really hoping we can pick up seats in both the House and the Senate, so we can begin to have a voice. in order for democracy to truly work, you need both sides of the aisle. And
Yeah.
when you've got one side just supermajority, that democracy not at work.
Cooperation. How would you have described that? How would you describe that? How it's been with the supermajority, the cooperation?
There's some, but when you're in charge, you can give out crumbs. And actually, and I think the governor was not really fair to the Black Caucus. You know, like we met with the governor a couple times, and we gave him our agenda. And as I read that, he took parts of our agenda and met with some other groups. Now he can say that he consulted with the Black Caucus, and it sounds good, but really he does not have the Black Caucus agenda at hand. Just some parts from it that he decided to take, and that's not good.
Yeah, Representative Bartlett, I definitely wanted to dig in a little bit deeper there. On Open Line Show, Cameron actually went to the governor's mansion and did an interview with Governor Eric Holcomb that we aired on one of our Sunday shows. And that was one of my questions, looking at his proposed plan, also the fact that he was going to hire a chief diversity officer of some sort. One of my questions was, you know, this sounds really good. It sounds nice, but understanding the lack of commitment with the IBLC, the lack of, you know, relationship that was there, that was something that really, really concerned me. What are you all's thoughts when it comes to this diversity staff member that he's going to have? Do you think that that's going to help soothe that relationship or build it a little bit further, or not at all?
I don't think so, because why is it that we have to have a chief diversity officer when on the Caucasian side, you got several chief officers over there? So why we just get one? It's the old, in my opinion, the old adage where I will hire you, but I'm paying you, so you do like I tell you to do. And so like you get hired but you have no power. And so I think that the governor's staff should be diverse. His cabinet should be diverse.
I see. Yeah.
See, like, and if you remember, Representative Bill Crawford used to always say, if you ain't at the table, you're on the menu. And so, like, we don't have a seat at the table, so they eating us alive.
Wow.
So we have to correct that, and we have to call the governor on that. And Governor Holcomb is a very intelligent man. And so if you sit down with him and say, Governor Holcomb, it's time out for all that mess. It's time that we get some things done. And see, for the last 4 years, I've been trying to get criminal justice reform and couldn't get a hearing in committee on that. Now, after the George Floyd murder and all the things started happening, now everybody's talking about criminal justice reform. But it's not just the police. Our whole criminal justice system is broken. And that has to be repaired. That has to be fixed. And the governor has to buy into that.
Yeah.
Representative Bartlett, I'm hearing that we need to go to break. So we want to say thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
You're
Representative.
so welcome. All right, now, you ladies have a great one. And you too, James. Stay strong.
Thank you, Representative.
All right.
And we are going to take a break right now. One of the things we do when we break, we join live coverage of the NAACP special report tonight. RTV6, our news gathering partners. I don't know if we're checking in on them. I'll just follow where the director takes us, and even CNN. But it looks like things are starting to slowly starting to come in a little more. We're approaching the 8 o'clock hour, which means even more polls are going to be closing. So we'll see where we are with that. But let's take a break right here, and we'll join live coverage and see what else is going on around the United States.
That is whether or not we're going to see suppression. As you noted, Trump is already laying the groundwork before polls even close to say we've got some problems, so it gives him a leg to stand on. How problematic do you think this is going to be?
Well, it's interesting because the turnout was the way it was today. I think we probably expected to see more physical voter intimidation and suppression, not as many reports of that. I think what we are going to have to brace for is what happens after tonight. Indications are the Trump campaign is going to try to stop mail-in ballot counting. It broke just a little less than an hour ago that even though Judge Emmett Sullivan in Washington ordered United States Postal Service to be sure they gathered all those ballots and canvassed all areas to make sure ballots were in, the U.S. Postal Service at this hour failed to do so, and he's called a special hearing tomorrow morning to figure out what happened. So I think that's where we're going to see the effort. The United States Postal Service noncompliance, the Trump campaign filing lawsuits to stop mail-in ballots from being counted beyond today, which, as you and I discussed earlier, Ed, is normal. You know, people think it ends tonight. It really doesn't. I think that's where we're going to see the suppression.
Aisha, very quickly, what's your thought on that, this real concern of voter suppression and in Trump's words, just plain fraud?
Yeah, Trump has done everything that he could possibly do to make people distrust this election, because if he loses, he wants to pretend that the game is rigged. And it is a long, long, long history of Republican playbook to attempt to keep people at home. You know that your agenda is a hot mess when you have to try and trick people into not participating in order to actually win. So I just want folks who are watching us right now to not don't be dismayed by the idea that all the votes won't be counted by the time you go to bed. It is completely normal for the election count to take a little bit of time to certify. We've got record early vote turnout of ballots that are just now being counted, stuff that's coming through the mail, and then certainly all the stuff that's come in today. We're not going to know necessarily the outcome of every state, and Donald Trump is going to try and pretend like we were supposed to know by 11 p.m. today definitively what the outcome is, and that's not true.
Yeah,
so don't be dismayed by that. Just keep following along because it's going to take a little while.
It's interesting to note, I think about Barack Obama's second run. At 11 o'clock, I thought I was going to go home early. And then something swayed and I ended up staying in the studio until about 3 a.m. So sometimes when you think things are going to go one way, it can turn very quickly. That tide can turn very quickly, can it not, Mark?
That's right. So we're going to watch this very carefully. Florida literally is swinging like a reed in the wind. 10 minutes ago, everybody's like, oh, we're looking good. The Biden camp. Now it's going in another direction. So it's too early to tell. That's the way this race is going to go.
Threw it in the plate. When you think about where this election is going, talk to us about connecting the dots for someone who sits in your seat.
Sure. No, thank you, Ed. Thank you so much for the question. It's always great to see you, and I love seeing Reverend Thompson and my dear old friend Aisha, whom I love dearly. I laugh because you called me Stephen K. Benjamin. My mother is the only person.
You thought you were in trouble already, right?
I was looking over my shoulder. It was great. No, the reality is that this country, just like the rest of the world, has seen a mass migration of people towards the urban core. We see the good side of it and the bad side of it. 85% of our cities now in metro economies hold 85% of America's population, 89% of the jobs. 92% of America's GDP is in cities and metropolitan economies. So as goes cities, so goes the American economy. And that's why we've seen such amazing disruption and challenges as we work our way through the greatest pandemic since 1918, the greatest economic disruption since 1932, and the greatest social unrest. Police violence and structural racism, systemic racism since 1968, all wrapped up into 3 quarters under a feckless president who doesn't care about the people. So no, cities have to be healthy for America to be healthy, and we've been working intentionally to make sure that people understand that message. That in order to move forward, we got to take care of the greatest public health threat we've seen in a century. Once you handle the public health crisis, then you can handle the economic crisis. You handle the economic crisis, We can deal with the educational crisis. But there are big issues before us, and I'm so thankful that Vice President Biden and Senator Harris have laid out a bold agenda that people were able to grab onto. Not a perfect agenda. We're not a perfect country. We never were, but we work every single day, people on this call and folks who are within the sound of my voice, to build a more perfect union, which is what we've tried to do for the last 250 years, those of us who have goodwill.
How concerned are you about the economy based on where we sit with this pandemic? No matter who wins, this is going to be a tumultuous 2021. We all know that the pandemic is not going to come to an end as soon as that calendar ticks over. We all know, those of us who understand the dynamics of the, economics, it's going to be a soft and treacherous economy for whoever takes over that White House, which means, a dangerous period if things aren't done correctly for cities like yours.
Sure. Well, I'm in my city, we finished 8.
And we are back with our special coverage of election night, One Vote 2020. Ebony Chappelle here with us. Cameron Riddle is here. Ebony and Cameron are the host of Open Lines, Your Eye on the Community. I'm Tina Cosby, host of Community Connection, here with our contributing analyst for Community Connection, James Patterson. James, are you there? Okay, we'll have James right back. Ebony, so far this first hour has flown by. I hope we can get everything in before the end of the evening. While we were on break, we had to do a couple of adjusting. So I'm going to take my mask off because we're properly socially distanced here, and I'm going to get reset.
Yes, we are literally in separate areas of this studio because this is something that we're taking seriously. It's the coronavirus, which is one of the things that was at top of mind for voters when it came to this election. A lot of people making their mind up one way or the other, depending on how their candidate handled the coronavirus. I read a story earlier this week, Tina, about this man who was standing in line with every intention of casting his ballot for Governor Eric Holcomb for governor. And then while he was standing there, he realized, and this was coming out of the Indy Star, he realized, wow, I feel like my health was at risk, and then decided to cast his vote for Woody Myers. So it's one of those things that has been really, really important to voters, as well as several other issues.
Yeah. And even though the race has been called for Governor Holcomb, making Woody Myers not the winner, I would like to see how well he did. In terms of what percentage of the vote he got, or, was it a wide margin? Was it a small one? I don't know. And then you've got the Libertarian candidate, Donald Rainwater, as well, who wasn't doing too badly. I mean, the percentages that he was getting between 10 and 15%, that's huge for a third party candidate.
Absolutely. Here in the state of Indiana, and that's one of the things that we have not seen is a third party candidate really rise up and capture that much of the vote. So that was something that was really interesting to see. I'm also interested, Tina, to see how well Woody Myers did. He was the only Black man that was that was running for governor across the country. And a lot of people were frankly very disappointed that he didn't capture more of the vote. His campaign just never picked up speed the way it should have, honestly. And that is why we're in the situation we're in now.
Well, Ebony, while we are waiting on more results to come in, I understand since we took our break that the state of South Carolina has been called for Donald Trump. Yeah. And so we're going to keep an eye on that. But back here in Indiana, we've got a couple of guests waiting backstage, again, virtually backstage. They're not here. They're virtually backstage. I love to say that. And one is Cordelia Lewis Burks. She is a legend in politics right here in the state of Indiana and really across the nation. She is currently the vice chair of the Indiana Democratic Party. Welcome, Ms. Burks. Are you there?
She's mute right now.
She's muted. Well, while we're unmuting Ms. Lewis Burks, we also have another member of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus. And as we said at the top of our show, the members of the caucus are going to be visiting with us throughout the course of our coverage this evening. And let's go right back to Northwest Indiana in District 1. And Representative Carolyn Jackson is joining us. Representative Jackson, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Okay, she's joining us via the phone. So we've got you, Ms. Burks on StreamYard, and we've got Representative Jackson on the phone.
Well, good evening.
Good. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready to go. We're ready to go. So how are both of you all doing?
We're
I would be
doing
doing
great.
Go right ahead, Carolyn.
Great.
Yeah. And by the way, Representative Jackson is the chaplain for the IBLC. So she'll
Keeping them prayed up.
Keeping them prayed up. I know that they're all
That's
prayed
right.
up tonight. I know for a
Yes.
fact they are indeed there. So what have you all? What are your observations of what's been going on up to this point? We're entering our second hour of coverage. We've been going into the 8 o'clock hour. Even more polls are closing as we speak. A couple of states have been called, and we're on our way. Election night 2020. We are on our way. So I'll start with you, Ms. Burks. What are your thoughts?
Well, I would be feeling better if Dr. Myers had done better and won.
Yeah.
But I think he got about 25% of the vote. And Holcomb got 63%. So that does not make you a winner. I'm praying for Jamie down in South Carolina, who's a friend of mine.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Jamie Harrison is the candidate that is opposing Lindsey Graham, longtime Senator Lindsey Graham from the state of South Carolina.
And he currently serves as one of the vice chairs of the Democratic National Committee.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we were really praying that he could pull it out, but I don't know, since the state has been called for Trump.
Makes it a little harder.
It does indeed. And God knows I wanted to see Mitch McConnell gone.
Yeah, we haven't checked anything from Kentucky, have we, Ebony?
We have not checked things from Kentucky. I haven't heard anything. I did see, Tina, right now that with 81% of the vote in Florida, it is looking pretty tight right now.
Almost a dead heat.
Trump.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's in Florida. Yes, basically tied. Yeah. And that's the one everybody's keeping a big eye on right now.
Yeah, it is.
To say the least. Yeah. So, but it's not impossible because stranger things have happened, and Jamie Harrison was really outraising Lindsey Graham to the point he brought him to tears in terms of the fundraising that he was doing. So
well, he needed to cry, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
Okay. There we go.
No, I'm very blunt, Tina.
I know you are, and I appreciate you for that, and we really, really appreciate that. So, Representative Jackson, we were talking to a couple of your colleagues with the IBLC, and Representative Bartlett especially was expressing a lot of hope that throughout the course of the evening that there's going to be some help with that GOP supermajority. What do you think?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I have been busy checking the numbers up here in Northwest Indiana because they are readily available. And it looks like we are holding on to all of the seats, but one, we a little kind of is touch and go. It's a narrow lead by 400 votes, but we will take that as long as we can keep them 400 votes lead.
Yeah, indeed.
That'll make me feel good because, where I am in Hammond and Whiting, it's pretty much all Democrats. But as you move further south, you get more and more of the GOP coming in with 50%, 51%, like that. So you just kind of cross your fingers and hope at this point, because there are still a couple of other counties that the votes have to come in yet.
Yeah, we see it.
And they're still counting the absentee ballots.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ms. Burke.
I said they're still counting the absentee ballots.
That's what's befuddling a little bit is that, the AP was so confident in being able to make a call like that with a number of absentee ballots.
Yeah, and as we've seen, that number has narrowed, that lead has narrowed as time has gone on because of the fact that we still have precincts that are reporting out and not having those absentee ballots counted in. Tina, earlier you asked about Kentucky, and I do have some updates for the U.S. House of Representatives there in Kentucky with District 1, District 2, and District 4 reporting a large percentage of the numbers, those going to Republicans. District 3 has not been reported just yet. And this is according to the Associated Press.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise either. Actually, Kentucky and Indiana almost mirror each other in terms of GOP, the prevalence of GOP support that is given in those two states. So, Representative Birx, you've seen a lot of these. So, how would you characterize tonight, and how do you see tonight panning out? How do you see things going? I'm sorry, not Representative, Ms. Birx. I'm sorry. Did I call you?
I said to somebody tonight, I said, there are two so much, and that's Amos Brown and Vanetta Sloss Tanner.
Okay, you're taking us way back.
I've heard that about Amos as well. Someone made a Facebook status the other day and had his picture on it, thinking that. So we are here, doing our absolute best, Tina, to,
Amos and Vanetta used to, they would get together on election night and decipher everything until almost 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But Vanetta taught me, because I was one of her proteges, that you have to wait till the fat lady sings. Cordelia, never go by the polls. You wait till the fat lady sings. So I'm still waiting because, Jackie Needis is one who volunteered to count ballots down at the warehouse. And I spoke with her a few minutes before I dialed in. And she said there were so many absentee ballots still that they're counting. So, we need to really wait. And I'm willing to wait because I'm hoping that we can chip away at that supermajority in the state legislature.
Yeah. And it's not unthinkable to do that either, because you just don't know. The fifth congressional district. Are you surprised at all, Ebony? The last report we had on that, Christina Hale, the Democrat, was leading that heavily Republican congressional district over Victoria Sparks. I'm trying to see if her lead has increased at all, or they're reporting anymore.
And she's one of those that was able to really garner a significant amount of support from national leaders as well by getting those big endorsements early on, tons of money to be able to run her race. So it's one of those things that really had a lot of people wondering, which way is this going to go? So it's really interesting to see how tight it's gotten to this point.
Yeah. And it looks like the Indy Star, their little map is showing Biden ahead of Trump in terms of presidential results. Biden 85 and Trump 55, and 270 is in the middle. So obviously these are electoral votes. So Biden is leading by 30 in terms of electoral votes right now.
Yeah. And, this is one of those things. I was watching some of the coverage earlier, and it's been, stated by a lot of analysts and experts up until this point that Biden has so many different paths to get to that 270. So it's going to be interesting to see which route it takes. But there are so many different paths for him to get there, whereas Donald Trump has to get everything that he got before. And then it's a very narrow and direct path to him being able to gain those electoral votes this time around. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Indeed. Hey, is our good friend and our contributing analyst James Patterson backstage yet? Is he back?
I am.
There he is.
Yeah. Our good buddies. You know what? Representative Jackson was just with us on the show maybe the last couple of weeks. And Ms. Birx, we can't get her on enough because she lays it down.
Cordelia Lewis Birx has been doing this a long time, and successfully as well.
Her wisdom is just invaluable. Yes. So we're going to pick your brain, Ms. Birx. We're going to pick your brain.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many seats do you think is it possible that they could pick up in the legislature to put a dent in that supermajority?
Well, I'm going to say this: we really have great candidates running.
Okay, Representative Jackson, hold on just a second. Who were you asking the question of, James? Or are you asking it to
either or both? Yeah.
Okay.
Either or both.
We'll just hear from both of them. So go ahead, Ms. Birx.
We have some great candidates who are running. They're young people, and they're smart, and they're energetic, and they have been out working hard. So we'll just have to see, and I think it may rest with the absentee ballots. And we also have some great candidates in the Senate. We have Shelley Yoder from Bloomington, Indiana, who is running for a Senate seat. And if you know the women, the Democratic women down in Bloomington, they don't rest and they don't let their candidates lose. So I'm expecting Shelley. I went down there was invited for a 7:00 breakfast one morning, and the restaurant people were hanging out on the street. You know, I could not believe this. And this was the woman's event, you know, Tina. But I'm expecting Shelley to win. And we'll just have to wait and see who else is going to be able to crack open that Republican Senate. You know, I remember the time when we were 26 in the Indiana Senate. Anybody else remember that?
Yeah.
That's
yes,
right.
I do. Yes, I remember when there was a Democratic governor, and I don't know if the legislature was
it was
majority.
Evan Bayh.
Yeah, Evan Bayh, and I don't know if the legislature was majority Democrat, but the representation was certainly a lot larger than what it is now.
Indeed. And Representative Jackson, you wanted to weigh in there. You've been, bless your heart, you've been waiting patiently behind scenes. So
yes, that's okay.
Go ahead.
You know, I am hoping that we can turn at least 5 seats.
At least
I know we have had about 4 or 5 seats that are really, really contentious right now.
Okay.
And I am just hoping that if we turn those, that will give us more bargaining power. And I think that that's what we need in order to get some of the things that we need to get done.
Yeah.
But I was very happy to see that of the 67 GOP legislators, that 50 of them have an opponent in this election. So that says a lot to me. Not only are they a lot of them young, but they are a lot of fresh new ideas.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, your colleague, Representative Bartlett, was especially frustrated that there was just very little opportunity to even have a voice for the caucus. You know, so many things on the plate, so many things to do, but so little ability to get those things done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it frustrates us all. But one thing about it, we do try to still work.
Oh, it sounds like we lost her.
Did we lose her? Okay.
Just a little bit. Representative Jackson, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, we just lost you for a second. Continue on with your thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, even though we are not in the majority, and a lot of the bills that are heard are not our bills, but we still work very diligently to try to get those bills improved so that they will help everyone and not just a certain group of people.
And Representative Jackson, you know, as we wait for some of these results to come in, what is the path forward for the caucus? It looks, you know, very likely that we're still going to have 4 years of Governor Eric Holcomb. What is the path forward at this point?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, we will continue to reach out to him. We will continue to work with him as well as everyone else, because the reality is in order to get anything done, you have to be able to mend those bridges and work together and do for the good of the people here in the state of Indiana. And we will do that.
Yeah, Tina, I'm seeing an update coming in from the Associated Press that projects that Senator Mitch McConnell has won re-election in Kentucky. I know that's something that we were looking at earlier. Yeah.
Was it Amy McGrath? His
opponent.
Opponent was Amy McGrath. Yeah, that one is not surprising because he was a lot stronger in his polling over McGrath than I thought Lindsey Graham was over Jamie Harrison. So the one I'm like Ms. Burks, the Jamie Harrison race is certainly one to take a look at. So wow, okay. AP projected Mitch McConnell holds on to his Senate seat.
Wow.
Well, he has enough money. You know, that's I was born in Kentucky. I was born in the coal mining area of Kentucky, McRoberts, Kentucky. And my parents moved to West Virginia, where I grew up. And I have not understand. This man hates coal miners. You know, he does nothing for that state. And yet they reelect him and reelect him.
Well, how do you explain that, Ms. Burks?
Exactly, that
how
was
would
my
you
question.
explain?
Well, you know, have you read the book, What's the Matter with Kansas? It's a,
No, I haven't.
well, find it because it's an old book, and I have it here in my library. And what it is saying is, why do people vote against their interests?
Yeah.
And
And
that's
we're gonna pin that right there, and we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more of our coverage right after this. We'll be right back.
Thank you, John and Dana, for all of your support that the Indiana Democratic Party has shown the Indiana Senate Democratic Caucus. We appreciate it, and we hope that we'll be make you proud this legislative session in the Senate.
Well, you always do. All right.
So numbers are still coming in. We'll look forward to staying in touch throughout the evening.
I can't wait. I can't wait for a conversation when you eat them up again about that budget. I love it.
There you go. Thank you.
All right,
Dana from Indianapolis. Jim
Thank you.
Andy Scotts from South Bend. Thank you all for being on with us. And we're going to, I think, take a second here, Dana, and we're going to bring on our next panel. We've got some great folks coming on to talk about labor issues and education. And I think we're going to just take a minute to transition here. Want to everybody take I had pizza for supper, everybody, so I'm taking my Sprite drinking here. We'll take.
You know what, Chair? I tell you what. If you notice, we've been in lockstep with our platform. We've been talking about education. We haven't even really touched on the environment yet, but there are so many pressing issues that it comes to our constituents. And when we say our constituents, we mean all 92 counties. We actually care about every living, breathing human in our state. And our representatives speak to that. So I'm looking forward to having this labor conversation because we want to make sure people can collective bargain. We want to make sure that people can, negotiate their salaries when they want to. So I'm excited about this discussion.
Let's bring on Zoe. Do we have our panelists on? We can start bringing them on now. Okay.
That's Mr. Hooker.
Mr. Hooker from IBEW.
And Randy Harrison from Randy Harris.
AFT, American Federation.
AFT. Anybody else, Zoe?
I think so far we're got these guys on. We'll just move on. If our other panelists hop on with us, we'll give them a minute here. But want to welcome John Hooker from IBEW Local 481, Randy Harrison from AFT Indiana. Randy's vice president of AFT Indiana. Of course, we know Gleneva Dunham from up in Gary is the president of AFT Indiana. We appreciate Gleneva's leadership and yours as well, Randy. It's great you guys are on tonight. We're just got off with some of our state legislators, and we're trying to bring issues together here with organized labor, with education, with everything that's going on at the State House during a pandemic, headed into a budget year. And I just wanted to make sure we are talking about issues concerning organized labor, because as the economy goes, that's jobs. And you all, certainly Randy with teachers, have been in anything but a usual normal environment. I've got one daughter in kindergarten. And so tell us about how things are going and what are some of the challenges with organized labor right now? I know things have been busy. The construction industry's still been busy, John, but still lots of challenges out there. So let me turn it over to you guys. And John, we'll start with you, and then Randy will go to you. And I think we're going to see some other panelists hop on. So as I get notes, the other panelists are going to come on. We're going to.
Hey, BB's in the house.
Brett Voorhees, the president of the Indiana AFL-CIO. Mr. President, welcome. We just introduced Randy Harrison from AFT and John Hooker from IBEW. I want to welcome you too. We're just talking about organized labor. What I asked them to touch on is just, we're in this pandemic and things are just turned upside down for teachers and members of the building trades, and also our municipal employees. David Bride from AFSCME here in Indianapolis is hopping on. David, welcome. And Brett, you're
Put the light in front of you though, bruh. There we go. No, you have the light behind you. I'm a sister. I get it. You can't have the light behind you, bro. You gotta have it in front of you.
So, guys, we're just tell us about how things are going. We're waiting on results here. Could be a long night, and tell us how things are going in the organized labor world. I was going to start with John, and then we'll just move along however you all want.
Yeah, I can go ahead. So I think you hit it a little bit. For construction, it's been an odd year with the pandemic. We were labeled as essential, so we kind of weathered that storm to begin with, and then we've tried to dodge the pandemic and the virus just like everybody else. The big projects here in central Indiana have continued to go on. Our brothers and sisters up to the north with the steel mills and BP up in Lake County have felt a little more pain. Construction wise, they've shut down some, and some other projects around the state have been hurt by the pandemic, but central Indiana hasn't felt it as much. I think just because we were in a boom and we're still on the tail end of that construction wise. I'll let some of the other brothers speak on what the other trades are dealing with, but from a construction standpoint, it's weird. It's not what signs of a pandemic should say, but we're having a good year with hours worked with our brothers and sisters so far. So I'll let Brett or David or somebody else speak on the other trades, because I know there's a lot of them that are hurting that aren't as fortunate as we've been.
Brett, do you want to go? No, you're muted, Brett. If you could unmute there.
All right, I've got an echo going on. It's hard to tell. Like I still hear John talking right now.
Oh my!
No. So anyway, I'll wing it. I've got other voices going on at the same time. So see, he's just now saying I'll let Brad or somebody do it. That's how delayed it is. Weird.
Oh yeah, that's weird. Strange.
No, I mean what a year, huh? It's been for all of us. Those of us in organized labor.
Did we lose him?
Well, I think we
just lost him, didn't we?
Okay. Let's keep moving, and maybe Randy, if you could hop on. I'm sure David or Brett will get back on here. But Randy, tell us about what's going on with teachers and what you're seeing across the state.
First of all, John and Dana, Indiana Democrat Party, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of AFT Indiana. Our educators, as the pandemic took hold of our state last year, basically for most districts, it was after our spring breaks. And on a turn of a dime,
And we are back with our special election night coverage. Election night, One Vote 2020. Tina Cosby here with Community Connection, and joined by our Community Connection contributing analyst, James Patterson. And of course, Open Lines Your Eye on the community host, Cameron Riddle and Ebony Chappelle. Cameron is running around. Ebony is holding down the fort over there. She's holding things down.
Absolutely. Yeah, Cameron is, Indy's newsman. So he He is reporting live for our news gathering partners at RTV6, the local ABC affiliate. We are trying to do it all right now.
We're trying.
Yes, we are live on the radio on 106.7 WTLC and AM 1310 The Light, 92.7 FM and 95.1 FM. We are also live on Facebook, so please join us and engage with us. We're on the Facebook pages for 106.7 for AM 1310 The Light and Hot 96.3, as well as on our websites. So be sure to join us live on Facebook so that you can see us, interact with us. We would love to get some listener comments throughout the evening, as well as some listener calls. So call us and give us your thoughts at 317-239-1310. Once again, that phone number is 317-239-1310.
And Ebony, we have had guests throughout the course of the evening, and we'll have guests probably all the way up until midnight. And so we're very happy to have with us this evening the Vice Chair of the Indiana Democratic Party, Cordelia Lewis Burks. She is a veteran politician, a veteran political strategist, and of course, throughout the course of the evening, a number of members of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus are stopping by and spending some time with us as well. And right now we have from District 1 in Northwest Indiana, Representative Carolyn Jackson. So Representative Jackson and Ms. Lewis Burks, when we last talked, before we took our break, you were both about to make a point. Oh, James, there you are. You were both about James pops in and that. James kind of like Cameron, you know, Ebony, I think the women are holding it down and the guys are,
and that's usually how it goes.
Isn't it always the way?
It does. I have to admit it. Yeah, it does. It does go that way. I try to be a little more stable than Cameron, though.
Yes. Ms. Lewis Burks, you'll be happy to know in North Carolina, South Carolina, CNN just reported about 2 or 3 minutes ago that Jamie Harrison, with 8% of the vote in, is leading. He's leading Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Harrison is leading.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Ms. Burks,
Biden campaign had a prayer service earlier this evening. I should have been in on it.
Okay, 9%. Now it's 9% in. Harrison 51.9% and Graham 47.1%.
Well, Tina, I think what Ms. Burks told us before the break was the word of the night is patience, patience, patience.
And that's correct. That's correct.
Because I saw on the break that Trump and Biden were going back and forth in Florida. I mean, one taking the lead, then the other taking the lead. And Biden has a real good chance in North Carolina, Tina. 60% of the vote in, he's ahead by 10 points. So
isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Isn't that absolutely amazing? Biden 67.6%. Oh, this is New Jersey. Okay, let me go back to another one. But you're right. Patience is the name of the game, and there are precincts that have yet to be counted. And Georgia, Ebony, you and I were talking about Georgia, and I find it really hard to believe that Biden is that far behind in the state of Georgia at this point.
Yeah, that is something that we're going to have to, of course, continue to wait and see how all of that pans out. I don't know if they have started counting any absentee or early voting numbers
in Georgia.
So that'll be something to watch. I know that that's one of the things that has been talked about all day long is paying attention to that. There was also a judge ordered that several postal offices be swept for absentee ballots. They were missing this morning, and people not knowing where. I think the number was maybe 80,000 votes or something like that. Somebody please correct me if that number was wrong, but several thousands of votes just kind of not being accounted for. So that'll be something to watch for in the hours and possibly days to come at this point.
Yeah. So Representative Jackson, does this particular race remind you of anything in your political past, or is this unique? Representative Jackson, is she still there?
Don't know, Tina, if she's still there.
Okay, we may have lost her. You know what? Same question to you, Ms. Burks. What is there anything in your political, I guess, experience that this reminds you of, or is this brand new?
This presidential election.
2000, yeah, with Gore and Bush.
And Gore. I had just left. I had worked the Iowa caucus. Well, I worked the Iowa caucus every time there was a presidential election. and I would leave Iowa and go on to New Hampshire. But in the meantime, I had to call Amos between flights, you know.
You know, for
But,
those who know,
I
Amos was absolutely brilliant with the numbers and the stats.
Yes.
And it was,
But
it was
it
amazing.
reminds me of 2000. And I recall I was headed down Pennsylvania Avenue, and my boss called me from Washington, and he said, "Well, I know you've got your makeup kit packed, but go home and pack the rest of your clothes. You're on the way to Miami." I said, "For what?" And I thought we would never get home for Thanksgiving, but this certainly reminds me of the Bush v. Gore.
Yeah,
Yeah. The tenseness of it, I think, most of all, Miss Lewis Burks, and I would have to say that the difference is that we have all of these absentee ballots, and these people are going. The election workers are going to be counting for days.
Yes,
I think, you know. So, but if nationally, I'm talking nationally. And by the way, while we were on break, the control room here was playing meetings. One meeting that I saw Greg Taylor there. I saw Zodi. Another.
That was the state party.
Yeah, and they were talking about pickups. So I do believe the Democratic Party, you know, just speaking as an analyst,
and
Indiana is going to pick up some seats.
I thought I saw while we were on break where Jerry Torr had got defeated. Got out. I hope he did.
Did you
saw it on the call?
Did you see that commercial?
Yeah.
Did you see that commercial? That 1950s scene commercial? That was wild.
Yeah, something else. You all mentioned that this reminds you of Bush and Gore in 2000. One of the other things, as far as a parallel that we can draw there, is Florida being so important, which I know we're looking at that right now, them going back and forth. So that'll be something interesting to see as well.
Yeah. And right now the electoral count is 42 for Trump and 30 for Biden. And you talk about a seesaw. I mean, it's been going up and down all night. I mean, we're still early. We haven't. We
are real early.
Neither side has gotten to even 50 electoral votes. So, but I'm just saying, even just coming out of the gate, it's been kind of a seesaw type of action with the, with Trump just picking up Kentucky. I think that put him up at 42. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's how they go. But I don't know. It's going to be. People were saying it could be an early night. It could be a short night. I think it's going to be in between. I don't know. It's certainly not going to be an early night. So.
Yeah, no, I don't think. And that's something else that has been talked about a lot. It's the fact that the president was pushing really, really hard to want to have election results before the night is over. And that is just frankly impossible. It's something that I don't think anyone should expect. If it happens, yippee. But honestly, we really want this to be one of those things that takes time, with all of the votes being counted, with as much of that coming in so that we have an accurate understanding of where we're at.
Yeah. Well, back on the desk now is our good friend and your co-host, Ebony Cameron Riddle.
Welcome back, Cam.
Indy's newsman. There he is. There he is.
Yeah.
I was on the other side of the wall. We were just on Channel 6 doing some live updates throughout the evening, and it's been busy in the hallway. A lot happened while I was in the hallway.
Yeah. Yes. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I've been going back and forth with the Republicans, checking in on them. That's actually my assignment tonight for Channel 6 over here. I'm streaming anything that they do. When I talked to Kyle Huffer earlier, his name is actually pronounced Huffer.
Huffer.
I just learned that, Ebony.
Kyle Huffer.
Yeah. And I said, so, hey, what's the game plan for tonight? Like, are you guys expecting an early night? Are we talking 10 o'clock? Are we talking tomorrow? And he was like, I honestly don't know. So I am.
That's $1 million.
That's good.
Right now.
So I say that to say, because I talked to him at 5 o'clock. So I'm sure that 7:06 announcement from the Associated Press that the governor has won probably caught them by surprise.
Caught us by surprise.
At the same time, Dr. Woody Myers is saying not so fast. He's saying we're going to wait for some more concrete numbers to come out before he makes a concession.
What about Vanderburgh County, Cameron? Because Representative Bartlett was talking about
Well,
that.
let's pull that up. Let
Yeah,
me
Vanderburgh
refresh.
County. He said that will that'll certainly tighten things up.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of counties that I think that's why Woody Myers is holding off for, because let me see. This is 33% of the expected vote in as of right now.
Okay.
And so places, and with that, Governor Holcomb is at 56% to Woody Myers 32%, and Donald Rainwater with 11%. So
still holding strong. Rainwater is.
So the Myers camp is saying we got 60 plus votes still out, and they're going to be looking at Lake County, Vanderburgh County, Marion County, to see if there is room to be made up. Again, the AP was the first one to make that call. It looks like CBS News did the same thing when it comes to Indiana and Trump, and NBC has followed. But continuing to look at those numbers, let me see here in Vanderburgh County was the county you asked about. I've got 0 report in right now from Vanderburgh County.
That's what Representative Bartlett was saying.
Yeah, and back
That
to
was
the
his
point that was made earlier from Ms. Cordelia Lewis Burks is, not until the fat lady sings. We're not going to make any rash, decisions or anything until all of that comes in. So looks like it's, something we're going to have to wait on.
Well, the news from the Senate also, there's the projection that Mitch McConnell will be returning to his job.
Absolutely.
In the Senate. So there's
He'll be
another
returning to the Senate.
Yeah, that
as far as Senate Majority Leader, we have to. Well, Ms. Burks, you were saying so. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Cameron. Ms. Burks was making a point. Go ahead. Are you there?
No, I just said I hope he won't be returning as majority leader.
He probably returned to the Senate. He may not be returning as majority leader.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was another point you were making before we went to a break. You were talking about the book that you felt like explained the phenomena as to why people who were,
why white votes vote against their interests. Just to be honest, why poor white people vote against their interests.
She sounds like Dion Livingston, our GM.
But it's one of the things that a lot of people have been talking about, especially right now when you look at the way that COVID has completely ravaged the economy, and people they really expected when Trump was elected, he made a lot of promises to these people, and now they are seeing that not all of those promises were met. So really interested to hear your thoughts on that, Ms. Burks, on why those white voters vote against their interests.
Well, for one thing, Bob, that book was written when Bob Dole was the senator from Kansas. It indicated that many times they vote because it makes them feel affluent to be called a Republican.
Wow.
The poorer they are, the more they will vote against their own interests. So, it's been a while since I've read the book, but I've got it here in the house someplace. I was looking to see if I had it in my bookcase here.
Well, look it up.
But go online and see if you can find it.
Yeah. So in terms of African Americans, I know we're not just one, but in general of African Americans, how would you characterize that voting and those voting habits?
I think there's a dearth of democracy within our community. I grew up where we were taught government and civics. And, we had to know every state and every capital of each state. And our kids don't get that now. We had civics lessons and why it was important to vote and what an elector was. If you ask most of our young high school kids what is an elector, they couldn't even tell you. And now we're trying to get rid of electors. Many are trying, and I was reading in the paper today, and I keep news articles where like the states of Oklahoma has the same amount of electors as an influence as the state of California.
Wow. And Ms. Burks, I just want to have you pause for a second, because we have people that are watching and listening right now that maybe don't even know what it is that you're referring to when you say elector. So give us a little history lesson, a little civics lesson for those of us that maybe aren't familiar with that terminology.
Well, we go to the polls and we vote. But after that vote is over in the State House, and I think it's going to be December the 14th, the electors who are elected on the ballot come to the State House to elect the president. In 2008, I was an elector for Barack Obama. And what is happening now, you used to vote for the person who won the office, but now the Republicans are trying to pull electors aside to vote for Donald Trump. We are living through a lot of stuff since this man has been in office. So my vote was cast for Barack Obama, and so was everybody else's vote in 2008 cast for Barack Obama. But there are many people now trying to buy electors and to get them to vote for Trump. And you have the number of electors that you have is the number of elected congressional representatives that you have. So, and there's an article in the Star today about electors. So, you guys pull it up. We've got 2 senators here, and Oklahoma doesn't have as many people as we have, but they have 2 senators. And there is a move on to get rid of the Electoral College. So, and Hillary won 3 million more votes than Trump did.
And that's something that's been consistent with the Democrats running for president, is that they are winning, the popular vote. But when it comes down to the Electoral College, that changes things. You mentioned earlier about young people, and I know that's something that a lot of young people that I've talked to and engaged with are frankly really disenchanted by, is the fact that that's even a thing. So that's an excellent point that you brought up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So maybe we'll have to get the recorder and the Radio One to talk more about these type things, because you have a great audience, Tina. I almost called you the other day, because I have felt, and I said to my boss in Washington, Lee Saunders, right after Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, I said, there is no point in us fighting this woman that the Republicans have selected, or Donald Trump has selected, to fill that seat of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, because they have the numbers. What we need to be talking about is what's going to happen once she is seated. Donald Trump is going to try to get rid of Social Security. The payroll tax is what funds Social Security. Most Black women are on Social Security. Either by their own working history or that of their husbands. And he's trying to get rid of Medicare, and it's going to go through the court, because this is a law, So we need to talk about what's of interest to people. And one of the things, am I being heard?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and one of the things that I kick myself about is that in 2008 and 2012, that I didn't talk more about what the Supreme Court means.
Yeah.
Norman Hill taught me, who was head of the A. Philip Randolph Institute.
Yeah.
He taught us in our classes the importance of the Supreme Court.
And you know what, you are absolutely correct. But you know what, we may be calling on you tomorrow to come on our show tomorrow, because we'll have a clearer idea of where things are going. Right now, we're going to have to leave and take a break and go to some other coverage. But we will check in with you tomorrow. Will you be available?
Tina, I've never turned you down.
Oh, well, you're far too kind. Okay, Ms. Burks, Cordelia Lewis Burks, Vice Chair of the Indiana Democratic Party. We will be hearing from her again, ladies and gentlemen, very, very shortly. So thank you so much for all your analysis and insight. And James, Cameron, Ebony, we're going to take a quick break right here, and we'll rejoin coverage shortly after the break.
And when we do, we will have more election results as polls close at the top of the hour.
Indeed.
You can't have it all. Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
And with this particular community, as you mentioned, the socialist narrative, certainly there were certain comparisons made, a lot of misinformation that was put out for this community, much like it was with Black men, as we saw that. It was the same. It was a sense this was a vulnerable population, and that is why I think, maybe not completely you have that to blame, but I think that has a large that had a large impact on this community, more so than we realize. But as you mentioned, Ed, about what I've been hearing from my friends throughout today, I think so many people are suffering from PTSD from 2016. It's just not even funny. Most of my chat groups that have been pinging since 5 a.m. this morning about, about not just the voting process throughout the day, but also about just not believing any single result. I mean, it puts people like you as a host of a fine news program that is committed to tracking these results and keeping people informed in a bit of a tough position, because people are just so haunted by everything that we heard in 2016 about how this was Hillary Clinton's race to lose, about how Donald Trump didn't have a chance, and even some projection into the 11th hour that still predicted her to win. And so when we start to see that slide happening, I think people seeing that poll after poll showed Joe Biden with a 10 to 15 point lead, people are going to start to get panicked. They already are. And this process for the night and what we're about to see has barely even started. So if I had to put one word on it, I would say panic. That is the word that has come up most often in talking with friends and family.
And let me put a P word next to that, and that is patience. Patience for this evening. No need to panic quite yet. I mean, I think that we have to realize that there was a lot of optimism that he might win Florida, being Joe Biden, that he might turn Georgia if that is the case. But the reality is it was going to be a hard twist to turn Florida no matter what. And so, before those who are, of that ilk to believe that we need to move this man out of the White House. I'm trying to keep my journalistic integrity in shape, but I don't know that I can half the time. You have to know which states were really, hard turns and which states were truly 50-50. And if he starts to lose those, then I think that panic word can be brought about. We're going to go to Derek Johnson in just a moment. If he's ready, we'll go now. The president of the NAACP. Derek, you've been hearing what has been talked about, and Henry Fernandez is talking about, Florida possibly, in fact, now going to Donald Trump, though we're going to wait this out and see. What, if anything, are you hearing? And as I said, let's be patient. What would you tell people?
I think patient is the key word. And I also said all week, the only poll that matters is the polling place where you cast your vote. We have seen time and time again, polling has not been a predictor of outcome in these elections, but voters going to the polls will be the outcome of this election. So as we begin to look at states where we know we've had the type of momentum over time and track record, that's where we need to start looking at the Pennsylvanias, our home state of Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. Those are the states that are most important. Then you start looking at the Georgias, and then you start throwing a Hail Mary pass for the North Carolinas and the Texas. Those will be the states that begin to tell the story. You want to panic? Wait till you start seeing the numbers come out of Pennsylvania. That should tell you whether or not you should start panicking, or numbers coming out of Wisconsin. But Florida has been trending red for a while now, just like Georgia and Texas have been trending blue for a while now. So it is a wait game. It's a patience game at this point.
Yeah, we have to be patient. We'll certainly take a watch. One of those states that people were cautiously optimistic about, perhaps flipping. Derek just said Georgia being red for so long, but there was thought that maybe they could push it into purple and then push it into blue. Let's check in with the mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, Keisha Lance Bottoms, and get a sense of what she's been hearing throughout the day. Ms. Mayor, always good to talk to you and see you. Give us a sense of what you have been hearing in your fine city.
Well, it's great to join you. Thank you for having me. I mean, this is going to be a nail biter here. What I've been saying all along is that we could take Georgia this year. We had the voter registration numbers there. It really is about turning out.
"2020, Tina Cosby here with James Patterson, our contributing analyst from Community Connection, and Open Lines Your Eye on the Community host, Cameron Riddle and Ebony Chappelle. Cameron, take it away.
Well, Tina, it has come to almost the 9 o'clock hour. We're 4 minutes shy of 9 o'clock, and that means more polls will be closing as we move further toward the Western time zone. So ahead of 9 o'clock, let me get you an update on what is happening right now in Indiana. So right now, when it comes to the presidential results, Donald Trump, as we know, is leading Indiana 59% to 38%. That's now with 46% of Indiana's vote in. But as we go around the country, Tina, you were just keeping an eye there on Texas, where Joe Biden has a good lead right now. That is, if we just scroll down here and the computer cooperates with me, I'll tell you exactly what that number is. Meanwhile, let me jump over to the latest numbers from Indiana's governor. So here we go right now. Governor Holcomb, of course, our governor and the incumbent, with 57% of the vote, 30% right now for Dr. Woody Myers. That's about 38% of the vote that is in for Indiana right now. That has left Dr. Woody Myers saying they're not closing up shop just yet. They are going to wait and see what the rest of that makeup is going to be before they concede. Will that happen tonight? We don't know. I've been checking in with the Republicans to see, is the governor going to be making a speech tonight? Will he be accepting? Still waiting to see what that is as they look at other results. But now, Tina, as we were talking across the country, it's even tighter than when you just mentioned a minute ago in our commercial break. Joe Biden, 49% in Texas. Donald Trump, 48%. That's 65% of the vote in. Let's go over to Georgia. Donald Trump leading 56% to 42%, with 30% of the vote in. Down south in Florida, Donald Trump, they're neck and neck. That's a statistical tie right now. It is too close to call in Florida, with Donald Trump with 50% of the vote and Joe Biden with 48% of the vote. Let's go up to North Carolina. That's a place a lot of people are watching. Joe Biden has a strong lead there, 51% to 47%, with 73% of the count in. Let's jump over to the Midwest right now. In Michigan, there is 56% of that vote right now going for Trump. That's Michigan. In 2016, Donald Trump won Michigan by less than a half of a percentage point.
Yeah, but Michigan has what, 12% in?
And 12% in.
Very early.
Very early there. So a lot of people are looking for that to switch. One of the polls we're looking on from the Midwest is Wisconsin. They close at 9 o'clock. So in another minute, we may have some information there. And then Arizona also closing at 9 o'clock. That's a place that a lot of folks are counting on going blue this time for the president. So it is still early. You ladies have been in the studio for 2 hours, absolutely killing it. So I know it's going by really fast, but the night is still young. There's no indication on who the president is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is it's going to be, I thought about that earlier today when I was talking to my friends and family getting prepped for today. And the thought that kept going through my mind is that this is a marathon and not a sprint. So we have to take our time and do things right. We also want to encourage you all that are listening to us on the air. We are broadcasting live right now on AM 1310 The Light, also on 92.7 FM and 95.1 FM, as well as 106.7 WTLC. But you can also watch us, join us live on Facebook. We are on the Facebook pages of 106.7 WTLC, The Light Facebook page, as well as Hot 96.3's Facebook page. We want to engage with the listeners. We also are taking callers at 317-239-1310. Once again, that phone number is 317-239-1310. And right now we have two very special guests that have joined us in our StreamYard. They are digitally backstage, and that is Dana Black, who is the Deputy Chair of Engagement for the Indiana Democratic Party, alongside Ashley Gervitz, who is President of the Indiana Democratic African American Caucus. Good evening, ladies. How are you?
What's going on?
What's up?
Happy election night.
Happy election night. Two of the sisters that are working so hard in this political fight that we are in. I want to hear from both of you. Dana, I know that you have been on with the Indiana Dems with their virtual watch party, as well as Ashley. I know that you have been really hitting the pavement out here in the community with the Get Out the Vote efforts. What are you all's thoughts as we're starting to see some election results come in? What are your overall thoughts about what we've seen so far?
I'm gonna let Ashley go. That's the brilliant one.
All right.
You know, I can tell you with COVID, and we look at a lot of our civil unrest that's happening across our state and across this nation, I can tell you that the results coming in are pretty much reflective as far as what people are feeling. I'm happy to see that we are making progress. We are still waiting to see 100% of the reporting that comes in, which will also reflect the fact that we still, as a state, have a long way to go. But ultimately, all together, I'm very happy to see that of a brink of change. Ultimately, as a Democrat, I am still vying for the fact of one day we can be blue across the board.
Yeah. Yeah. Dana, what are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
So for me, you know, I look at every election as a revolution without any guns or any bloodshed, hopefully, right? And you can change the direction and trajectory of our nation with a vote. And what has inspired me more than anything else this election season is seeing how many people are actually turning out.
Yes.
Those numbers just blow up. That means people understand that they have power, and there is power in their vote. And they're using their power to change the direction. Now, listen, we still got some work we got to do in our state house. We still got to do some work here in the state of Indiana. We're trying to get rid of that supermajority. But I think as our party goes, as we continue to talk about how we want to protect your health care, you know, COVID is showing you that health care is important. COVID is showing you that you got to have high-speed internet in all areas so that your kids can go to school safely. You know, this this thing is just airing all of our dirty laundry, right, as a society.
Yes, absolutely. And you mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to highlight that you mentioned just now. The two of you just mentioned is the early voting. We had record numbers across the country, over 102 million votes cast early. And here in Indiana, 1.8 million about votes coming in early, which is twice as many as 2016 and 3 times as many from 2012. One of the things you mentioned, Dana, is COVID, which I know has been such a hot button topic when it comes to this year's election. Woody Myers, who was the Democratic candidate for governor, really spent a lot of time focused on what he felt was Governor Holcomb's shortcomings when it came to that. But that wasn't enough to really push him ahead to really take over that seat. What should the party be doing when it comes to maybe cultivating another opportunity? Because frankly, this was a missed one in that regard.
So one of the things I think we can continue to improve on is our engagement around the state. I always encourage, I do it personally as the deputy chair. I go to counties that, you know, when I walk in, I've increased the minority population by 100%. And I go in and I talk about who we are. And I'm not afraid to go in these communities. Now, I do have a pickup truck with tinted windows. I ain't crazy. But I still go in these communities and talk to them, right? And we have to talk about what's important to them and their lives, not these abstract issues. We have talked about bread and butter issues about how we're educating your kids. How are you affording to daycare? You know, where are the nearest healthcare facilities? Because there are a lot of healthcare facilities that have shut down in these rural communities. And the representatives that are representing them in a state house don't seem to be concerned about the real issues in these communities. We can talk about all the stuff that 45 is doing and McConnell and no, we got to talk about, okay, what are our farmers suffering with? How do we make sure that school choice doesn't just defund public education in urban areas, but in our rural areas too? And we have to get out and talk to people about who we are, because I believe fundamentally that we all have more in common than not. We want to raise the minimum wage and get people a living wage. We want people to be able to collective bargain. These are things that we care about. And guess what? They care about those things too. We have to make sure that we're packaging it in a way that they can swallow and go, you know, that blue wave ain't so bad. And that's what we have to do. We have to keep working. We can't stop working. We have to keep working every day. And Ashley Gervitz is one of the hardest workers out there.
Ladies, if I may interrupt for just a second, I want to bring you up to date on the Woody Myers campaign. They've just sent out an alert that Woody Myers will be speaking at approximately 9:15. So that's in less than 10 minutes, where, of course, we're now expecting a concession speech. So we'll have that for you right here. That's just come in. And just briefly, as that 9 o'clock hour has come, Joe Biden is now in the lead nationally. With 80 of his electoral votes. Donald Trump, 48, of course, the magic number, 270 that you need to get to. The polls that just closed give Joe Biden New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. Still too early to call in all of these other states, as we are only at 9 o'clock. So who did you vote for, Ebony? I know you want to see who people talk to, who they vote for. Yes. Let's take some phone calls, 317-239-1310, 317-239-1310.
Absolutely. We do want to hear from people. I know that there were lots of people out today that were voting. We had polling places, over 160 that people could vote at right here in Marion County. So really interested to see what people's experience was with that. Ashley, going to you, I know that Get Out the Vote efforts has been so integral to the work that you've been doing in the community. What were your thoughts around seeing the numbers this time around?
You know, I am very impressed with the early turnout numbers. But what I am most appreciative of is our Madam Clerk, Mila Eldridge. her staff, and everyone who advocated for the fact of our efforts to help expand early voting is critical more than ever. And so we are very thankful. I know I am in particular to see that of our expanded, ability to help make sure our vote is a reflection of our voice. So it's been great. Now adding one,
I appreciate I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but that was a point that we wanted to drive home on my show as well, because it seemed like just by default, a lot of people, on social and other places were blaming the clerk or saying this is the clerk's fault for this, and that. And they had no idea how hard Mila Eldridge and Russell Hollis work on their behalf. I mean, they are first rate, top class. I mean, they do everything that they can possibly do to make it a good experience, as fair as they can possibly make it, and against opposition.
And I
was going to say opposition that they face. It's unbelievable.
I was going to go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
I was going to jump in and say, if it had not been for Clerk Eldridge, her team, and the Marion County Party Chair Kate Sweeney Bell fighting tooth and nail, the Republicans would have only had one early voting location. We literally just received our expanded 2 years ago because it had to be by unanimous decision. And there was always one Republican on the board, on the election board, saying no. A town of 800,000 residents and over 300,000 registered voters needed only have one early voting location, but Hamilton County could have 9, and we still don't have as many as Hamilton County does. So they need to understand that there was a lot of work that went into getting the expansion, and those long lines that they saw is still voter suppression, because first of all, it should have been no excuse absentee balloting, but the Republicans in the State House no part of that. They didn't want no part of that, because if I can vote from the crib, they didn't want any part of that. So but people need to stop that. Those folks in that Marion County Clerk's office have been busting their tail for not just this year, but for the last 7 years.
Now they have to do it. Look at the paper trail. Look at all the letters that they have sent to the Secretary of State, Connie Lawson, begging, asking over and over, continuing right up to deadlines, trying to make it better, trying to make it different. And so that is one thing. That's one criticism I will not tolerate of that Marion County Clerk's office, because I have seen the extremely, unbelievably excellent work that they do there, and their hearts are just they lay it on the line for everybody, and I just think that they deserve the respect.
Absolutely. And she expanded her personal office hours, which was the only place that she could do it. So she's got a staff working from literally 6 a.m. to 10 o'clock at night.
Yep. But that was genius, because she's like, hey, this is what they stopped me here, let me go over there. That's how people that will not be stopped, that's how they keep it going. So I thought that was brilliant.
That's a sister for you. A Black woman will get it done.
We will find a way.
We will find a way.
Yes. Indeed. So I'm sorry, but I just had to put my 2 cents in on that one, because I completely followed and concur with both of you on that. So
absolutely. And I'm very thankful you brought that up, because it's a very strong point that we have to emphasize that, even in the midst of trying to figure out how we keep our safety precautions in play on looking at the voting times, being able to keep security factors in place in midst of all the chaos and, voter suppression techniques that were going on. I'm just ultimately very appreciative of every effort that was done to see that our vote can be done in a effective manner. And the flexibility of a team that was even able to see expanded voting sites to Lucas Oil Stadium. I mean, hats off to see that no matter what card was being dealt, that there was never any barrier from our Madam Clerk to see anyone denied their opportunity to vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned about security, and that's something that I wanted to highlight really quickly. A lot of people were frankly confused and a little bit concerned that several downtown Indianapolis businesses decided to board up their windows ahead of tonight's election results in anticipation of some sort of civil unrest. And I saw somebody point out, Indianapolis, especially its downtown area, has already suffered so much because of COVID restrictions, because of people not coming out and spending money and patronizing the way that they normally do, and the civil unrest that we saw this summer. What were you all's thoughts on seeing that happen ahead of today?
Well, I don't blame them because, I saw what happened in Michigan at the State House when them dudes showed up with all them big old guns trying to take on the governor. I'd have been scared too. I saw the caravan of Trump supporters that were surrounding the Biden bus and trying to swerve them
We
up.
had a Trump train here on I-465 as well. Yeah.
I'd have been scared too. Because this particular administration has inciting violence from its inception. Find people on both sides. We've been seeing this, and so there have been instances just today of armed people showing up to the polling places. For what? What you need your gun for at the polling places? But you're doing it to intimidate people. So if I'm the downtown business, heck yeah, I'm scared because some of those Trump supporters, they a little scary. They've been packing heat, trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan. So you don't know what they might do.
Ladies, if I may interrupt with another update here at 9:14, 2 Indiana races are now being projected from the state of Indiana. Representative Greg Pence, relative of Mike Pence, has been reelected to Indiana's 6th district. The Associated Press is now also projecting that Congressman Andre Carson will have another turn at his seat in the 7th congressional district at 9:15 tonight. I don't think either of those are a surprise to
no surprises whatsoever.
Yeah.
As expected, we might say. Those were totally expected. Fairly easy races for both. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, what was telling was the primary in that 6th district. There were 3 Democratic candidates that ran in the 6th district, and they didn't get as many votes as Mike Pence did, and he was unopposed. Or Greg Pence. He was unopposed. So that was. But Janine Lake ran a great campaign under duress. And another sister, I tip my hat to her for putting her name on the ballot in a very, very tough district. She's done it twice now. I tip my hat to her. She wants to represent. So
yeah.
Indeed.
I agree. And also too, just the level of intimidation for the fact of she's leading into an uncharted territory. It didn't matter to her, the percentage and the blowout, but she's still making a difference. And to the mere fact of having windows busted out of her campaign vehicle, to the intimidation of BB gunshots and clear proximity to where she's at, she still stood strong to the very end. So again, I want to make sure I tip my hat to her and see that as Hoosiers, we do everything we can to continue to help build that process.
Yeah, we kind of lost Ashley's audio there, but we can still see the excitement on your face, and people listening on the radio can hear your excitement. Hey, if you are listening on the radio, give us a call, 317-239-1310, 317-239-1310. We want to hear from you. Ebony's got this hour all set up so that we can hear how it was for you at the polls. Who did you vote for? And who do you think is going to win tonight? It is still early. A lot of battlegrounds up for grabs still tonight.
And Cameron, you say that Dr. Woody Myers is expected to speak any moment now?
Yeah, and I'll just break the fourth wall here and look to our control room team to give us a thumbs up if we found that link or if we're still waiting. But at a 9:15, we are expecting to hear. We don't have that yet. Thank you.
Well, in politician time, 9:15 might be 9:20.
That's right.
Hey,
rewrite it.
It is the truth.
Yeah.
One thing I do see another update as far as the presidential race is concerned. We have some results coming in right now. We're showing Joe Biden with 119 of those 270 needed to win, and Donald Trump right now sitting at 92. So this will be something else that we will be watching throughout the rest of the evening.
And Jane, and have we seen any states flip just yet? I mean, right now things are going as expected, if I'm looking at these maps correctly.
And I think
I don't think anything has been flipped just yet.
And to our control room, you say that there is a congressman speaking. Who is that? So we can. Congressman Carson, who has just been projected to win, is now speaking, giving his acceptance speech for another turn in the 7th district.
Yeah.
Let's listen in.
Okay.
Takeaway has to be that the American people are no longer satisfied with entertainers and charlatans who call themselves leaders. Americans want real policy objectives met. I think the next administration, even if it's a Trump administration, I'm praying it won't be, we have to deal with a new Green Deal that can get us back to the table, dealing with the Paris Accords, that will raise CAFE standards. Automakers told us 7 years ago, in the next decade, we're going to see vehicles get 50 miles to the gallon. We're at around 30 now. We still have work to do. General Motors just announced that in the next 10 years, their entire fleet will be fully electric. Donald Trump, a president who has a background in development, has yet to sign on to a real public works bill that looks at repaving and reconstructing over 15,000 roads and bridges across the country. And we're talking about an investment in smart roads, where the smarter our vehicles get, the more they can communicate with each other, and the more roads can make it safer for drivers and pedestrians. And we're talking about a job creator. Our proposal was $2 trillion that will create jobs in the next 10 to 15 years. We need a president who's going to work on both sides of the aisle, not have an obsession with attacking celebrities. But I want to thank you all for the hard work you've done for the party, for your vote of confidence in me, for your support for Team Carson, and for us being able to put aside our philosophical differences as a party and come together as a united front, whether we're progressives, moderates, or just good old Democrats, to do what's right on behalf of everyday people, because COVID hasn't discriminated against. I've lost family members because of COVID. When it comes to times like these, we need real leaders. Donald Trump has proven himself to be a wannabe autocrat. He's proven himself to have tyrannical inclinations, but the American people are speaking up, win, lose, or draw, and saying enough is enough. We want a leader who is less flash and more about what's right for our future. So thank you. I love you. I'm about to knock out these nachos. Love you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
And that was Congressman Andre Carson. Again, as we were saying earlier, no real surprise, going back to Congress for another 2-year term, and the projected winner for this evening. James, are you there? We haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, I'm here. Just listening to Ashley and Dana, and really thrilled about what they had to say. Particularly
what they said, everything. What they said.
Yeah, what they said. Particularly, I wanted to get their thoughts one after the other on the enthusiasm, despite the suppression efforts, which Tina, we brought forth on Community Connection, that have permeated this state for years. The people seem to press through anyway. Your thoughts on that? I can't hear either one of them.
I'll start off.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ashley. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, I'll start off. The enthusiasm across the board has been amazing. In particular, I will be very honest, I grew up in Hamilton County, and it felt like we were like the one piece of salt and pepper in the salt shaker. And more or less, I tell you, just to see the overall momentum, that we are really rooting into a lot of democratic principles, and more that are willing to step up to see that we do make changes. Now, granted, I see where projections right now do have Trump leading our states, but at the end of the day, we are still pushing towards something that is for the greater good of all of us. It is about equity. It is about addressing some of our social challenges that we do see right in our own backyards within Indiana. And to see that of this collaborative, and then even more inspiration for our young leaders that are stepping up and saying, we're not tolerating certain practices anymore. I just, see year after year more good that will be built off of everything that's been even delivered today.
Ladies, we are being played off the air. I cannot thank you both enough for helping us out and coming on today. Stay with us. We're going to be back to you at some point in time. Anyway, we've got to go to a commercial right now. We'll be right back. Not to a commercial. I apologize. We're going to join other coverage. We'll be right back after this break.
Caucus have been traveling around our state, talking to communities that are not necessarily in Lake County and in Marion County, and sharing what's going on in the State House. Tell us why the Black Caucus does this. You explained it to me before, but I think it's an interesting concept.
So yeah, I think it's crucial that we make sure our presence is known in those communities where there's not a Black state representative or a state senator, but you still have a high population of African Americans that live in those cities. So right now, we're only in Marion County and Lake County. We used to have someone in St. Joe. So you still got a high concentration of African Americans in Vanderburgh County and St. Joe County. So Fort Wayne, making sure that we get to connect with them on the one-to-one, and they get to tell us some of their issues and concerns, since they don't have that African American representative there.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, you're on the ticket with the wonderful Senator Kamala Harris. Talk about the impact. I'm just, we had like maybe 2 dudes on the show so far, and we've had like 100 women in our party, because we are just doing it, and we got sprinkles of all kinds of stuff. Talk about the importance of seeing Senator Kamala Harris on that ticket tonight.
So I will tell you how important it was that I saw her on that ticket. I said I would not support Biden until he got a Black woman as his VP. I said, I don't care which one it was. I was excited it was Kamala, but a Black woman definitely need to be that VP. One of my colleagues just told me the other day, he was like, you Black women are doing it. Y'all are doing it. Y'all know how to talk with white women, white men, broker a deal, sit there and have a conversation. We know how to collaborate and get things done. There's no egos here. We just want to make sure our communities, our kids, everyone is safe, everyone can eat. So that is our main goal, that the state is healthy overall and the country is healthy and safe overall.
Absolutely, because we care about everybody. It ain't just about our communities. We want to take care of all of our communities. And when you're used to being the minority anyway, you have no other choice to know but to collaborate with everybody else.
Exactly.
So we are excited about you going back to the State House. It's a budget year. We know you got a lot going on. Congratulations. You know to holler at me if you need me.
Yes, I will be back on your show soon, Dana.
All right.
Have a great one.
Thank you, John. Thanks, my former coworker.
Yeah.
See you all later.
All right. Dana, I know you're going to take a break here in a minute, and while you're doing that, we'll bring on Senator Eddie Melton.
I gotta say hi to him before I leave.
That's fine. So I think he's coming on. Anything for you?
I had to say hi before I left. Congratulations on all the work that you're doing, and I'm going to see you soon because I want to hear from you during the session about this budget, because we got some stuff. So I'll holler at you in a little bit.
All right, Dana. Thanks a lot. Senator, welcome. How's it going?
Well, can you hear me? You got me, John? Looks like we lost John there for a second. I guess I'm the host. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is State Senator Eddie Melton here representing District 3 in Northwest Indiana. It is an extreme honor and pleasure to be with you tonight. I know we're still awaiting a lot of the election results. So I'm waiting with anticipation, just like many of you as well. One of the things I just wanted to share very quickly is, number one, I wanted to thank every single Democrat out there. I want to thank every single volunteer and every person that worked the polls and throughout this entire process. We're still facing a pandemic, and it's very clear that we're still battling with COVID-19, not just in Indiana, but across the nation, as numbers are still skyrocketing. But just like in true Hoosier fashion, have stuck it very in terms of making sure that voters' rights are protected. And right now, as we wait for the numbers to come in, I want to just say thank you to everyone that helped to reelect me in the 3rd District here in Indiana as state senator. And also, I want to thank all those new friends that I built across the entire state in my run for governor. And thank you all so much. I will never forget you. And I am extremely humbled and honored to be a Hoosier Democrat. I see we got John back on the line. What's up, John?
Good speech. I was listening. I heard
No, we appreciate it. Just to kind of piggyback off Representative Shackelford, you know, we're approaching the 2021 legislative session, and this probably will be one of the most important sessions, definitely in my Senate lifetime, in the legislature, as we go to issues pertaining to COVID-19, because there's going to be so many things tied to that, and impact of state budget, ensuring that school funding is not tampered with. As we already have seen, there have been threats on that, even in the midst of a pandemic. But also looking for racial equity and support for reform in criminal justice and policing that we've seen across the nation at the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. So there are so many things that we need to address, on top of making sure that hazard pay for all of our workers that have worked at the peak and the height of COVID-19, they should be compensated fairly and adequately for putting their lives on the line to ensure that we as a state continue to function and to run at the height of that pandemic. So 2021 in the legislative session is going to be a very next year. And we need you all. We need every single person to pay attention to what's going on in the State House, to be engaged in the process. And as we sit tonight, and we hope that we pick up more seats in the Indiana Senate and pick up more seats in the State House, we need you all to be hands on deck this next session. So I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the participants on tonight's panel, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for all you do over there. I know you've had a big year, and 2020's thrown so many curveballs that we're all just sort of just sticking together, although it's not in person, it's virtual. So we appreciate everything you do and appreciate you being on tonight. Thanks so much for coming on for a while.
Oh, thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Have a good one. Next, we're going to bring on State Representative Greg Porter, I believe. If Representative Porter's on here in Indianapolis, we may have a couple other members on as well. So, hey, Representative, how are you?
And we are back with our election night One Vote 2020 coverage, having an absolutely insightful evening up to this point. Cameron Riddle, Ebony Chappelle, James Patterson, and I'm Tina Cosby. We are all here with you throughout the rest of the evening. And Cameron, there's a various combination of all of us at different times. But it's you and I right now. And James, are you there? Okay, James back.
Tina, if I can, before we move on, if I can just compliment our team real quick, because it's 9:32, and we're doing something that we've literally never done before. We're doing video streaming in a TV studio, and we're broadcasting on 2 radio stations, all live at the same time. And this is flawless, you guys. I'm just going to let everybody know, Jerry Wade, Anthony, Emily, David, this is fantastic. We're getting a lot of good people are enjoying what's going on here. That said,
well, you know what? They make us all look good. So we got, much love to all of them. Thank you so much.
I'm in love with it.
Yes,
but we got a long way to go. It is just 9:33, and Dr. Woody Myers has just given his concession speech with those results coming in early tonight at 7:06. The projection for Governor Holcomb, and at last check, there was about 45% of the projection in. Anthony, thank you for the projection music. 45% of the vote in right now, and so with that, that has been too much for Woody Myers to come back.
Yeah,
from.
too much to make up.
So
entirely.
now we are waiting for Woody Myers, for Governor Holcomb to step up. He's at the JW Marriott with the state Republicans. He'll be giving his acceptance speech at any moment. So we're watching for that, and we'll bring that to you live. Not yet. We're not bringing it to you live.
Oh, yeah,
yet.
not right now.
No.
We've got a little bit of time for
I was
that.
just shutting up so somebody else could talk.
Yeah, but James and Miss Burks, I know that you guys are with us still, and you have been so helpful this evening in helping us to break down all of this that's going on as we're starting to see these things come in. What are your feelings now about the results that are coming in so far?
Well, I think if I could start, and then I'll defer to Miss Lewis Burks, of course, the senior here, who knows it all. But I wanted to ask Cameron if he's still around. He was looking at states.
I'm here.
Ohio. Can you give us an update on Ohio and what Ohio looks like for the presidential race? Because that's one of the ones I've been watching out of the corner of my eye on another screen, and that one looks interesting as to how many votes are in and what the spread is between the two candidates.
Well, right now we've got 89
yeah.
of the electoral votes right now across the nation going to Joe Biden. Trump behind at 72. So now let's go into Ohio. What James is talking about there, it is too early to call. 62% of the vote is in. Joe Biden up 50% to Trump's 48%, and the difference right now is actually 70,000 votes. Joe Biden with 1,974,000 votes, and then President Trump coming in with an even 1.9 million. Again, that's 62% of the vote in. Joe Biden leading. That's 18 electoral votes, and right now at 9:35, it is too close to call.
Yeah,
thank you, Cameron. That's my point. I mean, these states like Ohio and North Carolina are states that people weren't really looking at, but if they should flip from what they were last time, that could make it a very, very tough road for the president.
Yeah, and North Carolina, you mentioned, it is pretty tight right now as well. And that was one of those places earlier, Tina, we were discussing some of the issues that were happening at the polling sites today. North Carolina was one of those places. There were 3 polling places, I believe, that needed to extend their time by one was 17 minutes, one was 45 minutes because of various issues that were happening at the polling sites. So they were still later. So it'll be very interesting to see. Right now, I'm seeing in North Carolina that about 83% of the vote is in, according to, I'm looking at the Indy Star that is pulling in numbers. And right now we are showing Biden ahead, very similar to Ohio, with 50% of that vote, and Trump pulling in 48.8% of that vote. And there are 15 electoral votes there in North Carolina. Very important.
Yeah, and it's interesting going into the Twitter sphere that in one of the, I think in Fulton County in Georgia, let me go back and find it. I've gotten so many tweets here that they are delaying the count of absentee ballots because of a water main break of some sort. And people on Twitter are going a little bit nuts.
And that's where, Tina?
Georgia, Atlanta area.
Okay.
Let me find it.
Wow.
I am literally flooded with text messages and things here. Let's see. You've got to be kidding me. Here we go. It says here, come on, tweet. Officials at the State Farm Arena in Fulton County, Georgia, which is Atlanta, announced that the absentee ballot count will be delayed after a pipe burst in the room containing the ballots. So that's going to
oh my goodness,
Fulton County, Georgia, and Fulton County, as you very well know, that's the bulk of pretty much Georgia, and to delay that count because of a water main or a pipe bursting. I don't know, but
and you just have to pray that those votes were protected, because that's one of the
damage.
We cannot afford for that to happen.
No.
But if it does, and those votes were damaged for whatever reason, that is going to extend the time
Well-
significantly for what we know is going to happen.
And there's suspicion of how did it break? How did the pipe break?
Yeah,
How did it break?
exactly.
And
Wow.
conveniently, a pipe breaks around all of these ballots that can't be counted now because of the pipe. It's just and the tweet storm is going a little bit crazy around it. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But again, as you all were saying, give us a call 317-239-1310. Interact with us. We're online. We're on the go. We're on the phone.
Yes. You can watch us on Facebook Live.
Yeah,
in
we're
addition to
everywhere.
listening to us on the air,
Yeah.
we are streaming live on Facebook, so you can see our lovely faces.
You can see
as
us.
we
You can
keep
talk to
y'all-
us. You can
keep it
call
going.
us.
Yeah.
Let's keep it all going.
And Tina, you wanted Ms. Burks to come back to give us some of her wisdom. I'm wondering what her thoughts are at this hour.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burks. You are, boy, she's staying with us, and we are enjoying this as well. So as things tighten up and change and start to morph into a different direction, is this pretty much what you had expected and what you had told us about, a little bit more than an hour ago, Ms. Burks?
Well, I think it's going to bounce back and forth
Okay.
until we get a win. I just hope it's bouncing in my direction.
Right. The candor is absolutely refreshing.
Yeah.
I
would also like you to go back and focus on the Indiana House.
The Indiana House races, that's,
Yeah.
we have those
I
cameras.
thought I saw where
We sure
Jerry
do,
Tor
yeah.
was losing.
Which House district were you looking at? Were you looking at
Jerry
Star?
Tor. Jerry Tor,
Yeah.
Cameron.
All right, let me see. Hang on. Let me just give you an update on what we've got as far as I just scroll down the list. So we know about Carson. We know about Pence.
Yeah.
And we do have a phone call coming in, guys.
We have a call?
317-239-1310, 317-239-1310. I think it's Victor who's standing by for us. And while you guys, while we talk with Victor, I'll pull up those district races.
Okay, Victor, you're on the air. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. What can we help you with?
Good.
What's on your mind, Victor? What'd you do today?
Well, I just wanted to respond to the statement of Fulton County, Georgia, and the water main break. I mean, how coincidental is that? It's not even that cold in Georgia. So how could a water main break?
Right.
And I heard someone say the question becomes, did somebody do it? Is this just by happenstance? I mean, come on. We got to take all possibilities across the table.
Yeah, like I said, Twitter's going a little bit crazy about that. Like, you've got to be kidding me type of attitude around it. And again, we need to get an update on that as well. So hopefully we can find out a little bit more very shortly. But
and the question is, will those ballots be damaged?
It begs a lot of questions. There's no doubt.
Yeah, one of them is, will those ballots be damaged, or are they in good shape?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
And how well are they protected just in general anyway? Are they cavalier about these? I mean, do they guard? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what goes on in Fulton County, Georgia. I guess we're about to find out.
Right.
Yeah.
But of course, these are unprecedented times that we are living in.
Victor, did you vote? Did you vote today?
Yes, I did.
Oh, all right. Where'd you vote?
Here in Indianapolis.
What was your polling location?
What location?
St. Luke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What was it like there? What was the overall feeling when you were there this afternoon, or whenever it is that you voted today?
It was good. It was good. Very positive. Very uplifting. Just knowing that people's vote does count.
Yeah.
Just knowing that you are one amongst millions, but your vote does count.
And Victor, we were asking people, and we've been, asking people over the air. Tina did that on her show earlier today. If you don't mind sharing, who did you vote for and why?
Well, I did vote for Vice President Biden.
Okay.
We just need a change. I mean, if we can be transparent, we just need a change. We need true leadership without lies, without deceit. And there is so much negativity that has arisen these past 4 years. We have to get back to the positive. We have to get back to the positive. And with the motto of some saying, let's make America great again. America has already been great. It's just been different individuals that have So we say God bless America, but when is America going to bless God?
Yeah. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Victor. Cameron, earlier they were asking about those legislative races. Do you have any updates on
I
that?
do, but I couldn't remember which ones you wanted because I just got so deep into the numbers.
I don't know his district, but he's out of Carmel. Jerry Torr.
Jerry
Torr.
Let's see if we can do a.
He's been there forever. He was there when I went as
Okay,
a
here we go. Guess what? I got nothing for you. There are no results in right now from that. That's District 39.
39.
And right now, reporting 0.
Right.
But ladies and James, one of the other big races that got a lot of attention and a lot of money thrown at it was the IPS school board race.
Right.
And we
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we have some results, nothing called just yet, but let me give you some results on the IPS district race. So if we start with District 1, that's Brandon Randall versus Will Pritchard. Will Pritchard in the lead with 65%, Brandon Randall at 35%. And overall, we are at 76% of the precincts reported. In School Board District 2 for IPS, Benita Moore, 80% of the vote to Mr. Winston. DeQuavis Winston from Ball State. 20% for him right now. So that's 6,000 votes for Ms. Moore, 1,500 votes for Mr. Winston. Let's go to IPS School Board District 4. Diane Arnold, very tight with Christina Smith, 51% to 49%. That's a statistical tie. The big one that a lot of money was thrown out with was that at large. Kenneth Allen, 40%. Elizabeth Gore, 39%.
Oh my.
Wow.
I did expect that for the at-large seat because that was one of those races. I mean, the whole thing with IPS School Board, which is very contentious, a lot of community conversation around it, several town halls. I can't even count how many different town halls were held for this, but that at-large seat, that was something that I expected because even though Kenneth Allen's campaign had a significant amount of money involved in it and they were able to do so much, Elizabeth Gore really was able to capture that grassroots community element. So I totally expected this to be tight.
And it's not just those two. You've got 4 people running for that at-large seat. Kenneth Allen, Elizabeth Gore, Kendrick McKnight has 17% of the vote, and Ellis Noto with 4%. So let me just let you know that 40% for Kenneth Allen and the 39% for Elizabeth Gore, they both have 17,000 votes, only separated by 500 votes. Kenneth Allen with 17,942 and Elizabeth Gore with 17,465, still with 76% of the precincts reporting. So there is still a lot of vote out there.
But an undercurrent with the IPS school board, and it, even beneath the obvious is private money versus grassroots money.
Yes.
That if you drill down underneath a lot of that, James, we had him on we had a gentleman on the other day on the show.
John Laughlin.
John Laughlin. Yeah.
John Laughlin.
So there's so many layers to IPS in general. When you say that, you're going to get, everybody goes in a lot of different directions.
All right, guys, let me interrupt.
Okay.
It's 9:47. Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch is speaking, which means the governor would be right behind her. I know it's 9:47. We got a break coming up in about 5 minutes or so. We want to listen in to Suzanne Crouch, maybe get some of the governor before we go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He's all
right, control room, you just give us a thumbs up when we have that.
One thing that I wanted to point it out really quickly, Cameron, and this is something that we mentioned earlier. You said with that IPS race that between at the at-large seat, it's just a 500 vote difference between these candidates, and that's something that's really, really important for our listeners to pay attention to, is that some of these local races are going to come down to just a handful of votes. So that is indicative of the fact that every vote counts. That is something that is so important for people to understand and realize. Every vote counts, especially in these local elections, which has such a big impact on your everyday life.
They absolutely do. Yeah. And you're right. No better illustration than right now what we're looking at with the school board, that every vote counts.
And you were talking about tens of thousands of dollars going to about four candidates in particular, and it wasn't just 2020; it was 2018, 2016. The figures I saw,
Yeah, exactly.
tens of thousands of dollars, and yet we had the IPS leaders on the radio show talking about a year ago how they didn't have enough money to give all the students computers, iPads, and laptops.
Wow.
So you can't give. Well, they can now. We all know they've got the money now. They were able to raise it. But going back a spell, you can't give all your students the technology to keep up with the township schools or the suburban schools.
James,
and yet,
ratio was it 3-to-1? 3 students to 1?
Yeah, 3-to-1 before they got the fundraising going, so they could give everybody an iPad. But Tina, tens of thousands, a couple $100,000 a candidate that they were getting from these groups, and yet they couldn't give all their students computers. Something's wrong there, man.
So they're giving all the money to the private schools.
Tina Ebony James at
The private schools
9:49.
that the virtual schools are getting.
That's right, Cordelia, go ahead.
Something that we need to look at. And everybody who is out there protesting need to get their asses down to the State House.
Well, Ms.
During
Lewis
the
Burks,
session.
we
They're
have
giving
more
all the
passion.
money
We are
to
going to
private
take-
and virtual schools.
We're going
All
to
right,
take a
let's-
little bit of a break right now.
all right.
Yeah, let her come back and state that, please,
All
because
right.
she's animated.
A good point.
All
Making a
right.
good point.
So so she can finish that point. Let's bring her back at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. How much time do we have, guys? The governor is up speaking right now. Okay, we don't have the governor up right now. So let's take a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll hear from Governor Holcomb as he makes his acceptance speech for a second term as Indiana's governor. Our coverage here of One Vote Election Night 2020 will continue. I'm Kim Marotta with Tina Cosby and Ebony Chappelle and James Patterson. We'll be back after this.
realize just how lucky I have been and am to have a mom and dad like I do, like to have the family that has brought so much joy and laughter to our lives each and every year, come what may, especially my nieces and nephews who 4 years ago were about waist high, and now some of them are already starting to look down on me physically. To my partner, our Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch, we have so much work to do, and I am eager to continue to get her done with you over the next 4 like we've done this last 4. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for always putting people first. I also want to say thank you to all the various faith leaders who have supplied me with daily doses of inspiration and encouragement along this journey, no matter if we were on a peak or in a valley. I've told each and every one of them that they have the harder job, and I will see their prayers and raise them because of the very people that we serve. To all the employees, and I see some of them here tonight, to all the employees of the state of Indiana up and down the chain who wake up every single day, and their charge is to take it to the next level. As Coach Dale says, my team is on the court, and I could not be prouder of the state employees of Indiana. To my cabinet, and I see them here as well. I am as emotionally moved by your presence and by your efforts as I am of my own family. I didn't trick you when you signed up for this job. Little did we know what 2020 might bring, but my luck, and yes, Indiana's fortune, is what puts a smile on my face. And when I think of each and every contribution that you all make, I burst with pride. Thank you.
I'm Amanda Starrentino with WRTV. We have a Democracy 2020 election night update.
And we are back. We have Governor Eric Holcomb, who is speaking. Our feed was just up of the governor. He's giving his acceptance speech right now, thanking his staff, his lieutenant governor, his family, his wife, of course, on this very public journey that they have all signed up to do again for 4 more years. And we're actually standing by. The governor is speaking. But guys, if we don't have that, we can just go back because Miss Louis Burks was spitting fire a moment ago.
Absolutely.
And you know what? From what I understand, rightfully so. Ms. Burks, go ahead. You have the floor.
Representative Banning has been chair of the House Education Committee I left the legislature in 1985, and he was there when I went down in 1980. And he has filled the coffers of private schools. And you know what? The Urban League had a seminar and had a representative of private schools, and district schools, and I never will forget Mr. Enders, Mervyn Enders, asked the question, do you have to accept everybody who applies to your school? And this lady who was representing private school said no, and we don't. Now this is taxpayers' money, and they can pick and choose who they want to educate in their schools. You know, our folks need to get to the legislature and let our voices be heard about what is happening to our district schools, IPS schools, as a matter of fact. I'll just go ahead and say it. But we can complain about this, but you have to go and talk to these people. You know, you have to let them know that you're interested. Greg Porter had sat on the House Education Committee for years, fighting the battles for us. But we have our numbers are not great in the Indiana House, and I gave a lot of 15-cent checks to folks in the legislature this year of my money, because I want to increase those numbers there. But
all right, Ms.
we
Burks,
have
let me
to
jump in on
go
you.
and talk to them.
Let me jump in on you. It is now 10 o'clock here in the East, 7 out west, and that means more polls are closing, and that means we've got another hour of coverage for you here online and on the radio. New projections are coming in. Anthony, go ahead and give us some projection music. I want to let you know this hour we're going to be hearing from Kate Sweeney Bell with the Democrats, as well as Whitley Yates, who is over with the governor at the JW Marriott. As we hit this 10 o'clock hour, let's give you an update on the latest results of what we have right now. Of course, as we know, Donald Trump taking Indiana with 60% of that vote. The governor, Eric Holcomb, being reelected at 59%. Todd Rokita for Attorney General, who, by the way, was diagnosed with COVID-19 today, is leading. That has been called for him with 62% of the vote over Mr. Weinzaffel. Let's see, as we go to that District 5, Victoria Spartz and Christina Hale, it is still too tight and still too early to call on that. 52% right now for Victoria Spartz and 45% for Christina Hale. Just about 20,000 votes separating those two, and 73% of the districts that are reporting here tonight. And as a projection gets ready to come in now in the presidential race, Iowa is too close, is too early to call.
Iowa, yeah, they probably haven't.
Nevada, too early to call. Utah, too early to call. Montana, too early to call. Of course, it is 7 o'clock out for these Western states. Florida, too close to call. Joe Biden, 47% to Donald Trump's 51%, a difference of 382,000 votes. Texas, too early to call. 2-point margin. Pennsylvania, too early to call. 3-point margin. Ohio, Trump 50, Biden 48, too early to call. Michigan, 57% for Trump, 40 for Joe Biden. Georgia, 43 for Biden. Trump leading in North Carolina, too early to call. All of these, here comes Arizona, too early to call. Wisconsin, Trump 50, Biden 47, still too early to call. Minnesota, 64 to Trump's 33. New Hampshire, too early, Biden 53, Trump 45. All of these coming in at this hour. Still no indication of who the president is, but Joe Biden with 89 electoral votes, Donald Trump 72. 10 o'clock, we still don't know.
Yeah, one other race that we talked about earlier was coming out of South Carolina. We have an update that Lindsey Graham has been reelected to the U.S. Senate in South Carolina, defeating Jamie Harrison.
Indeed. And we have an update as well on that situation in Fulton County with the water main break and the ballots. The Fulton County Registration Chief, Ralph Jones, has said that the pipe burst just after 6 a.m. today in the room above where the ballots were being kept, and that water was draining down to the left side of the room where the ballots were. State Farm did come to fix the issue, but there was a brief delay in tabulating the absentee ballots while the repairs were being made. The upshot of that is that no ballots were apparently damaged.
That's really
but
good news.
it's very good news. No ballots were damaged. apparently 80. Let's see. Right now, officials say they have about 30,000 more absentee ballots left to count out of about 86,000. But again, none of the ballots were damaged, just a delay in getting those ballots counted. A lot of the states, Cameron, that you named and too early to call, they were at varying levels of reporting in terms, some may have 8% of the vote counted, others may have. So I think as we go along, some of those numbers seem really lopsided and really upside down.
That's why it's too early to call.
Yeah. And they're a lot easier explained when we see, what percentage of that vote has come in.
Tina and Ebony, we do have some guests that are standing by for us. Representative Robin Shackelford is on the phone, and I'm told Kate Sweeney Bell is either standing by via StreamYard or by phone. We welcome both of you ladies.
Oh, she's by the phone? Okay. We got her by the phone.
Kate Sweeney Bell also on the phone. So let's welcome Kate Sweeney Bell of the Marion County Democrats on with us, as well as Robin Shackelford, both Democrats. Ladies, good evening.
Thank you. We're happy to be here.
Yeah, Representative Shackelford, your caucus has been with us throughout the course of the evening, and you, of course, are the chair of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus. So what are your thoughts at this point of the evening? What do you think?
So as far as looking at the House and the Senate, our caucus members are okay. We only had one that had a challenger, and that was Representative Pryor. For the House overall, two of our seats are not looking so great. So we're hoping those pull out. We've gotten an unofficial word that we may have lost one seat so far.
What seats are those?
That would be Lisa Beck, and Terry Gooden is not looking that great. But at the same time, two are also looking good that we may gain, and that is Mitch Gore and Ashley Klein. So at this point, I'm just hoping we can break even in the House. I don't think people expected this, but like we said, it's still early for results. They're still coming in.
Okay.
Kate Sweeney Bell is also on
Kate Sweeney Bell is there. You're on the phone?
Yes, I am. I'm happy to be with you tonight.
Oh, we're happy to have you with us tonight. So your reflections on how things are going so far?
Well, tonight this whole election has been historic. We've had almost 400,000 voters in Marion County alone cast their ballot. Whether it was in-person early voting, they waited in those terrible long lines because we couldn't get no excuse absentee voting during a pandemic, or by mail, or we even had tens of thousands. We had over 100,000 people vote today. So 391,000, give or take, Marion County residents made their voices heard, and there are so many ballots to count. We won't know the totals of all of the races until probably later this week. But there are teams of counters still diligently going through and making sure each and every vote counts.
Voter turnout, we were told just in Marion County alone, was breaking records daily. How is that translating this evening, or is it too early to tell whether or not that is translated in favor or not in favor of Democrats?
Well, it is certainly too early to tell here in Marion County. I know that the leader of the other side, Donald Trump, has tried to keep voters from the polls and to depress the vote. But here in Marion County, that's not what happens, because this is a Democrat town.
Yeah. To that point, we talked about earlier the record numbers of early voting that happened across the country, as well as right here in the state of Indiana. We are looking at significantly more people that have come out in 2016 as well as 2012. So just really shattering those records with early voting. Especially, when you look at against the landscape of being in a global pandemic, a lot of people being really, really leery of coming out in public and engaging and being around other people. That didn't deter people from showing up this time. What are your thoughts on what activated voters to come out in droves this time around?
Donald Trump is pure evil.
Wow.
I agree. And I
He
think
is
there was
wrong
so
for
much,
this country.
yeah. And on top of Trump, there was so much unrest and the protest that was going on for police brutality, racial injustice. I think a lot of those advocates wanted their voices heard, and they actually came to the polls.
Yes, this is Representative Robin Shackelford. That's
Yes,
on.
that's her.
Yes.
Yes, so I knew that they wanted to see a change, whether if it was in DC or here in Indiana.
Yeah, yeah. To that point, I know that, a lot of people have been seeking change on multiple levels. Representative Shackelford, the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus, has been very vocal about the changes that they would like to see. We saw that Governor Eric Holcomb will be retaining his governorship for another 4 years, defeating Dr. Woody Myers. How do you all plan to work with him? And Kate, you can jump in on this one as well. But I know that was one of the issues, is feeling like Governor Holcomb was not doing enough as far as being intentional about focusing on the issues that affect people of color, particularly Black people here in the state of Indiana.
So we will continue to push Holcomb. We will be upfront and in his face daily. Session is coming up in January. And we are asking everyone to continue to advocate, to make sure that they're emailing and sending letters to the governor's office, because those numbers count. I don't want him to think this win is a mandate, that he don't have to listen to African Americans and listen to the minorities because you got this win. But we definitely will have to continue to be on him and make sure that he's representing not only his constituents, but representing the entire state and representing the Black community.
Yep, and really quickly, Kate, want to come to you when it comes to that as far as engagement with the Black community. I've talked to people in the community, and some of the things that they've been very critical of the Democratic Party for is engaging diverse candidates and encouraging diverse candidates. There has been a lot of contentious conversation around people, that have attempted to run for office and, not been very successful in that regard. What are you all planning to do differently when it comes to engaging diverse candidates? Because that's one of the things that helps to decrease voter apathy when people are excited about the people that they're voting for. What are you all going to do differently?
Well, I think that our party's record speaks for itself, in that if you compare and contrast the candidates that you saw on the ballot for the Marion County Democratic Party versus the Marion County Republican Party, you would see a vast difference with women, with men, with people of color. It is with LGBTQ, the LGBTQ community. It is the Marion County Democrats are, everybody's a critic sometimes, and that's okay, because when
it's very necessary. Absolutely.
Yes, we strive to work harder. And if there is someone who is being maligned or felt forgotten, we want to make sure that they do not feel that way anymore, because we are the party of everyone.
Indeed. James, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. I have a question for Representative Shackelford. I want to know, besides what she just said about engaging the governor at a regular occurrence and, pushing him daily or at least regularly, how can you get how can you get more voters to look at minority issues and have sympathy for minority issues in areas that are more red than Marion County or Lake County or Vandenberg County? How can you get, because those areas are becoming more diverse. People are moving out there. So is it just a slow process, or tell us your thoughts about that?
So I'll give two examples. When we spoke to the speaker about our justice reform agenda, Todd Houston, he's from an area that's not too diverse, but as he was out canvassing, his constituents wanted to make sure that they saw a change in law enforcement. They haven't said any specifics, but they want to actually see something change because of the deaths that they've been seeing on TV, because of COVID, and they've been seeing the disparities. Now those communities are paying more attention. So he actually put together an informal task force that he wanted us to work together on justice reform. The funny thing it is with rural legislators, suburban legislators, if things are not happening in their community as great as our community, but people was able to see it this time. So now they're wanting to see some of these changes. Another example is food deserts. Food deserts was mostly being rallied by the urban community, but now more rural legislators is seeing it happening in their areas.
Yeah, because it's a universal issue. Yeah.
Yeah, they've come on board more on helping out with food deserts and trying to support the legislation. So the fact is, we got to get a majority, though. We got to get some more of those rural people and the urban people to agree on some of these topics. So what the rural and the suburban, it just comes down to what exactly is going to affect them. Are their constituents going to be concerned? Because if they don't hear from their constituents, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And have you been keeping track of the count itself, the actual vote count? There was a lot of votes this time that were made by mail and early voting, which they count, but a lot of votes by mail. I think in Marion County alone there was 81,000 ballots that were returned. They're going to take a while to count. In some of the areas that you talked about possibly losing two seats for the Democrats and gaining 2 seats in the legislature, are you keeping track with the counts? Are you sure that that's kind of the trend that we're going to see? Because it seems like it's going to be a long haul in many other states.
So it is going to be a long process, but some of these counties have already counted enough that we can tell if it's leaning our way or leaning the Republicans' way. Marion County did have an astronomical high number of early voting and also the mail-in votes, and we did learn that the majority of those early voting and mail-ins were Democrats. So we're still going to have to count those, but these are seats, the seats that we're leaning that we may lose are not in Marion County. There are smaller counties where they can pretty much tell for theirs.
And we want to remind everybody that is listening to us over the air. We right now are broadcasting live on 106.7 WTLC, as well as AM 1310 The Light, 92.7 FM, and 95.1 FM. We want to remind you guys that you can watch us on Facebook. We are live on WTLC's Facebook, The Light's Facebook page, Hot 96.3 Facebook page, as well as on our websites. And we want to get some callers. We want to hear from you about what it is that you're seeing, what it is that you're feeling right now. This is a very interesting space that we're in as we're waiting on these numbers to come in. But give us a call at 317-239-1310. Once again, that phone number is 317-239-1310. We want to hear from you.
And we most certainly do. Thank you, Ebony. And Ebony Chappelle, Cameron Riddle, James Patterson, and me, Tina Cosby, all here throughout the evening. And you guys, it looks like it's going to be a little bit longer.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we have
it's going to be a little longer than what we thought.
Yeah, we have.
By the way, Tina, I'm just looking at the screen here, and New Mexico has been called for Joe Biden. Colorado has been called for Joe Biden. And he is leading by 9-10 points in Arizona. So those Western states are starting to come in. I don't know if Cameron is still there, but I just want to
which was projected. As we were saying at the top, Cameron is he's keeping about 15 different plates spinning in the air at one time. So he's back and forth.
Absolutely.
He goes back and forth, but he's probably doing an update for RTV6. But it looks, the map is starting to fill in. The last count I have, and is that what you all have, Ebony and James? Biden's 94 electoral votes.
So I'm showing 131. I'm showing 131 electoral votes for Biden and 98 for Trump.
What's your source?
My source is the Indy Star, and they are pulling in these numbers here from the Associated
From
Press.
AP?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me go to AP because I'm just, let's see where I've been going back and forth between,
Antoine, let's go ahead and take some
just take a caller.
callers.
Yeah, Antoine.
Antoine, thank you
go
for
ahead.
calling in. What are your thoughts? Antoine, are you
go
there?
ahead. Yeah. Antoine, are you there? I can't. He hung up. Okay, well, you know what? You can call us back, 317-239-1310, 317-239-1310. You know, we'd be happy to get you on. But so you're going with AP, and I'm getting AP push alerts, Ebony. I'm not doubting you. That's just and AP is a lot quicker to call these races as well.
Yeah, they are. And that was as of 10:18.
And
is
it's
what that
10:19
is.
right now. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm on the Associated Press now. James, what do you have?
As to what, Tina?
Are you keeping?
Yeah, I'm just looking at MSNBC. They are much slower. They've got 94 for Biden.
Yeah, 80. MSNBC, CNN, and I haven't checked. But yeah, AP, Associated Press. Well, they usually lead in the calls. AP does.
Yeah,
their projection.
Yeah, AP is probably the best source.
It probably is. Yeah, APnews.com. And you say what does AP have, Ebony?
Right now, the Associated Press is reporting that Joe Biden has 131 of those electoral votes, with Trump showing 98 of those votes.
Mm-hmm.
And the number that we are paying attention to is 270.
Yeah.
That is what is needed to win the presidency. So we will be paying attention to see how all of this shakes out. There are some states that are key to watch: Florida, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Ohio, Texas, and Michigan being the key states to watch to see how everything pans out this evening.
Yeah, and so far, unless I'm making them right now, we haven't had any real surprises yet. Have you all seen anything? That I'll include our guest in that as well. Has anything surprised any of you up to this point?
This is Kate. There is something that I can let you know. We have, since there were so many absentee ballots and state law dictates how we count them, we will not have all of the numbers in tonight. We will not know the totality of every vote, perhaps until tomorrow. It might not even be until Thursday, depending on how many people show up to help the election board count those ballots.
Okay, that makes sense. And Ms. Lewis-Burks?
I was wondering if we have anything on Colorado and that Senate race.
Hickenlooper has been called. The Democrat won that. They flipped that one. Yes, so they need 3 now to take control of the Senate. Hickenlooper, John Hickenlooper, former governor, has won the state of Colorado.
Great.
Looks like the Senate results at this point, Democratic 43 to Republican 41. So the Democrats are leading in the Senate race. House race, Democrats are losing 74 to 94. And again, without all of the results coming in. And of course, Biden, is this what you have too, Ebony, 131 to 98?
That is absolutely what I have.
Yeah.
So we will continue to watch that. It sounds like we are getting ready to go to break, Tina. So be sure to stay tuned with us on Facebook Live on the air, and call us with your thoughts at 317-239-1310.
Ebony, pitches to the break.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take that break and pay some bills, but stay tuned. You are listening to our election night coverage, One Vote. Stay tuned.
Which we have never done before, seen before. There are far more votes that were cast early or absentee than we've ever seen. Some systems were better equipped to handle the type of surge of voting. Other systems were not as capable of handling those surges. Elections are won in inches, not miles. And so I expect to be up to 3, 4 in the morning. I expect counting to resume in some areas tomorrow, some may resume counting on Thursday. I don't think this will be a cakewalk, nor would this be something that's going to be called very soon. As we are sitting by waiting to file counter lawsuits, because I think there's going to be as much disruption as possible if Donald Trump feels that he's losing.
All right. We're joined now. Thank you, Derek. We'll come back to you and Adora in just a moment. We're joined now by Republican, I should say Representative, forgive me, Representative Karen Bass. Look, Karen, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Representative Karen Bass, Democrat of California. Thanks so much for joining us. Long night already, Congresswoman. But give me a sense of how you're reading the tea leaves as you're looking at this evening. I was talking to Representative Clyburn earlier, and it's just one of those things where it's a difficult night to read the tea leaves, so to speak.
Well, as much as I would have loved to have seen, Biden take Florida and it to be, decided very quickly, I think it is what we expected. I do think we have lots of states and lots of votes to come in. I look forward to when, after about another 30 or so minutes, when the West Coast comes in, because that's definitely going to kick up the electoral vote count for Biden. But I think we all have to be patient. We should feel very proud at how strong the early vote has gone. But, it's going to be a long night, and we certainly expected that. All of us would have wished it wouldn't have been, but it is turning out exactly as it was predicted.
Curious how you're seeing, it seems the Dems have picked up at least one seat in the Senate. House was never really in danger. So many people have become disenchanted with the inability to move past the partisanship, Congresswoman. Is there any chance in your mind, no matter who wins, that we'll see the ability? We've already seen Mitch McConnell has won his race. So even if Joe Biden gets in, you've got that stalemate if they keep the Senate.
What's going to be fascinating is when Trump is off the scene, I predict that the Republicans are going to run from him. Now, they're going to have a hard time doing that because for the last 4 years, they've been completely wedded to him. But I think that we will see, and then they will have a choice to make. Do they want to govern or not? Over the last 3.5 years, they pretty much decided the only thing they wanted to do was to try to take over the third branch of the government, which is the judicial branch. And so that's why they spend all their time confirming judges. But the Republicans have a strategic decision to make. Do they want their party to continue to be run by extremists? Or do they want to come back and be a governing party? That is going to be their decision to make. Now, I want to help them make that decision by making sure that we win the Senate and win the White House, and then they can spend as much time as they need figuring out what kind of party they want to be.
Yeah, that's dynamic. Before we let you go, I'd like you to kind of further that thought. The idea that we have seen, even to the surprise of many, some Republicans shockingly follow Donald Trump almost in blind faith. And at some point, when this man leaves the White House, if it is in January or 4 years from now, there is going to be a reckoning for that, either that this Republican Party really will shift to what we have seen and perhaps to the detriment, or they're going to have to find a way back to, I don't want to say the middle, but certainly to the left of Donald Trump. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, I mean, I suspect that we will see them moderate somewhat. Again, I believe right now they have been taken over by an extremist element, and it is our job to put them out of business until they decide whether or not they want to be a governing party. And so that depends. Are we able to take back the Senate? We have 2 seats that it looks like we are gaining now. Hopefully we can gain 2 more and save Doug Jones. But I really think that is going to be the question. I completely expect them to run away from a lot of his madness as soon as he's off the stage.
Well, we will certainly see. It's going to be a long night for those of us on the East Coast. And I suspect, unfortunately, it's going to be a long night for those of you on the West Coast as well. So, Karen Bass, representative from California, so good to see you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us tonight.
No, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting. I'll pick back up with Adora, and I think we are getting very close to having our other co-host on with us. We've had some technical difficulties with him, so Adora, you get more of the stage and shine for it. Well, why not, right? Interesting what Karen Bass had to say there, Adora, and that is the idea that, we saw some Republicans that we didn't think, I think in the beginning, that were going to hop on the Trump train, so to speak, in the way that they did, maybe siding with him here or there, but they, went in lock, stock, and barrel and have stayed with this man for the most part, save one or two truly egregious things that even then they only shied away from and really didn't take him to task. What do you think this means for the Republican Party? Certainly we know what it means if they win tonight, but what does it mean if they lose? You're on mute again.
Oh,
there
can you hear me now? I'm
Yep.
Sorry.
That's all
welcome
right.
Welcome to the Zoom party.
We're all used to it.
Well, I appreciated what the Congresswoman said about Republicans running from Trump once he leaves office, and all I could think of was I sure wish they would have ran from him, 4 years ago and actually stood for democracy rather than their party. When you talk about what does this mean for Republicans, you know what? At the end of the day, the country's united around some pretty key and critical issues. The most important of which is ending this COVID-19 debacle that has been completely mishandled by our president. He clearly does not respect us as human beings and certainly as citizens of this country, and he's not done his fundamental job, and he's completely failing us right now. And so if Republicans think these are the coattails that are going to ride them into the next wave and keep them in power, I think that they are sorely wrong.
That is, though, only if
we were away on our break. I got word from the Marion County Democratic Chair, Kate Sweeney Bell, that she had to take off for a while. So we want to thank her. We've got, do we have any other guests backstage? Yeah. Okay. Is Representative Pryor there?
I am here.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. James, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, so what's the latest on your race? You're the only one I understand that has an election tonight.
Can you all see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. I'm not seeing myself too well on my camera.
I think that's what Representative Shackelford told us. Yeah.
Okay. I have my race is a safer district, so I projected to win. The numbers are pretty stark. I had like 85% of the vote, and the other gentleman had like 15. Actually, it was less than 15. I think like 12% of the vote. So
your Republican opponent, Felipe Rios?
Yeah.
Your challenger, your Republican challenger? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'd be difficult for him to make up that difference with the outstanding precincts.
So what are you telling us? Are you telling us you're claiming?
I'm claiming, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we can say congratulations then, Representative.
Yes, thank you so much.
Indeed. Yeah, well, congratulations indeed. James, you're back.
Yeah, Representative Pryor. So what's your feelings about tonight and all the hard work you've done and this fight? Where do we go from here?
I'm still hoping and praying that that Joe Biden can pull it off even though it may be closer in some of the states than certainly we want it to. I did see that Florida, he probably would not win Florida, but I'm very hopeful. When you look at the breakdown, as I've been looking at the breakdown with some of the other outstanding states, like Virginia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, in Minnesota, in Michigan, those numbers still coming in. Hopeful that as those numbers continue to come in, he will be victorious in his win for presidency.
Yeah. So what about Indiana and the legislative Indiana Black Caucus
Black
legislative?
Legislative Caucus, yeah.
Yeah, Black Legislative Caucus. Well, this is going to be a budget session, and what are your priorities there, and how do we get it accomplished?
Yeah. So for the Black Caucus, we will add one new member, Renee Pack. She was actually unopposed. So we will add at least one more member. So we'll grow from 13 members to 14 members. So, our numbers will grow. We do have some concern about some of our members, particularly the members that represent some of the rural communities. We have some major concerns about whether or not we'll be able to retain them, and then several members in Northwest Indiana. So, we're concerned about that. However, there are a few pickups that we might have to offset some, at least some of that. Potentially here in Marion County, we may be able to pick up one, and then potentially some of the suburbs in Hamilton County. But those totals, the absentee ballots are still coming in.
Yeah, you know what? This reminds me of kind of like 2000. Tell me if you agree. Kind of like 2018. It didn't really look all that, if for lack of a better term, exciting or promising at the beginning of the night, or certainly as we got into the night. But the longer it went, and the counting continued, and these districts started reporting on and on and on the next day and the next, and then the results came in from other places, and like you were saying, once all the counting is done here in the capital city, the results were different. So is that what you're hoping for?
For some of the seats, I think for a couple of the seats that may be the case, but some of the seats, I don't know that that's going to actually happen. Unfortunately, I think we may see some losses at the State House, which I was certainly not hoping and necessarily expecting that.
Yeah.
But we're able to pick up some of the seats in some of those other counties. Than the one here in Marion County.
Yeah. Robin Shackelford, Representative Robin Shackelford, the chair of the Black Caucus, said she would be happy to get through the evening breaking even, which certainly couldn't have been your goal as we headed into tonight.
I would agree with her on that. I absolutely would agree with her on that. We do have a projection that one of our long-term members in rural Indiana, we may lose him. So that is certainly a blow that we were not expecting.
Who is that?
We're still looking at those numbers.
Yeah.
Who is that, Representative?
Representative Terry Gooden.
Gooden. Okay.
Yeah. It's how much
is it the outpouring for the president? You think that they just came out trying to stop? Yeah. Or was it Trump or?
Probably Trump. Rural community, straight ticket ballot by Republicans. Democrats have traditionally been straight ticket voters. I think Republicans are now starting to do quite a bit of that as well. And so I think that is a lot that happened. I will say Representative Gooden, he was always very good about getting absentee ballots in, but I think was just a big wave that came through that unfortunately he got swept in. So I'm very heartbroken and concerned and devastated by his loss.
Yeah. So you don't think there's enough time to make it up or enough votes to make it up?
I'm not sure that is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was needing the community and needing you all's constituents to really show up and be vocal at the State House. We know that we're going to go back into session in January. Representative Pryor, what are your thoughts on that? What is your message
to the community right now? We have people listening to us, also people watching live online. What is your message to them about getting involved and engaged and coming down to the State House?
My message is that they still need to do it. Just because if we lose seats or we pick up seats, if we remain even, if we have a break even, people still need to show up. And if we break even or lose seats, quite frankly, they need to show up in greater numbers. That really means that we need them more, because we don't have as many people to stand up with us that are actually holding the legislative seats. So I'm not going to say people can't go to sleep and not show up at the State House or advocate, I'll say, because we don't necessarily know how we're going to be operating session when we go back in January. But whatever method that is available for people to advocate, they really need to utilize that. The last thing that we need is for all the efforts that we have made in getting and piquing the consciousness of people to go by the wayside, because Democrats do not have as many seats or maintain the status quo of the number of seats that we had going into the election. That is not going to solve any of the issues that we have on racial justice or climate change or issues with the ACA. It's not going to change. It's not going to help people with their prescription drugs. It's not going to help with the homeless issue, the housing issues. It's not going to help with COVID. It's not going to help with anything. If people say, I'm just going to throw in the towels. Well, we've been throwing in our towels for too long. And, we're never going to make a change. We're never going to have anything better if we sit on the sidelines. And I tell people, people sit on the sidelines and complain and sit on the sidelines and complain and say things are not going to change. They're not getting better. Why should I participate in the process? Things are not going to change. Well, guess what? They're not going to change if you don't do anything but sit and complain.
Yeah. And you talked about piquing the consciousness of people, and it can't be said enough how historic this election has been. A lot of us have been saying this is one of the most important elections of our lifetime, and people clearly identified with that because they showed up in greater numbers than we've seen in a very, very, very long time. When it's all said and done and everything's counted up, I'm sure it's going to be one of the most involved elections of history that people have really come out and participated in. So what a shame it would be for those people that stood in line 4 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours to vote. To your point, what a shame it would be to let that be the beginning and the end of their civic engagement.
Indeed. Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not just voting. People can run for office. We need precinct committee people. We need school board members. We need advisory board members. I'm not going to be a legislator forever. We're still going to need people to run for governor. We're still going to need people to run for council seats. I mean, there's still a plethora, still are a lot of office holders and advocacy opportunities that people have that they're going to have to take advantage of. I'm at the State House. I'm doing my part, but I need the people in the community to do their part as well. And their part isn't just going to the polls, voting. That's the first part. The other part and the other piece is the advocacy piece and the participation as well. And that is something the community has to do alongside with me and with the Black Caucus members in order for us to get the change that we know we need for our community.
What, Representative Pryor, what is it that just keeps people from being in it? Why don't we do it? I know you said people need to step up and we need to do more. But what is it that is it a culture? Is it? I'm trying to, and James, we talk about this a lot on the show, and it's really difficult to put your finger on. I think it is clearly not easy, because if it were easy, somebody would have fixed it by now.
I think people just think, my vote isn't going to matter. That's the one thing. My vote isn't going to matter. people think, well, you know, politicians, they're going to do what they're going to vote. We're going to vote them in. They're going to do what they want to do. Not understanding that your votes holds them accountable, because you can kick us out as easily as you let us in office. And people say, well, I don't have time. I don't want to get involved with that. I don't, you know, people come up with excuses to not participate in the process all the time. But you know what? Everything that we do affects people's lives. It affects people's livelihoods. And people, people complain. We all complain about everything. But we can't continue to just complain, because our problems are not getting better. They're getting worse, because I'm there doing what I can. But as I'm fighting, I need to have people coming alongside me, fighting with me. I need to be able to look back and know that the community is there as well. And some people are, but there's so many people who are just busy or just don't care. And I care about my community, but I need my community and my people to care enough about themselves and their community to be a part of the process.
Absolutely, and very well said. Very well said, Ebony,
Yeah.
James.
Yeah.
How often have we heard that? And you know, we can't say it enough. Do
Not
we
at
have
all.
another guest backstage? Is that correct? Oh, okay. Miss Lewis Burks Cordell. You know what? She is a trooper. She is hanging in there with us.
She
I love
is,
it.
and we
I love-
appreciate it.
You have no idea how much. I wish we could give you. You know, we've got some pizza here. I wish we could share it with you, and you too, Representative Pryor. But Ms. Burks, what are your thoughts on what Representative Pryor just shared? A very impassioned statement that she just made, and it's hard to take issue with it.
Well, you know, it was I that said that these people that are always complaining, we were talking about education, that they need to get down to the State House.
Yeah.
Because that's where many of the laws are made. And Representative Pryor, I have planned to talk to you and Rob, Representative Shackelford. You don't have to remember, I've known these people since they were young kids almost. I know their first name. And Greg Porter, Greg's first campaign was held in my office. But to talk to you all about doing something in the election so that we don't have all of these absentee ballots that we have to start counting after the polls close. If we could start counting those ballots early, and I know it's going to have to be legislation and you're going to have to fight to do it, but I would love to see that before I go to the happy hunting ground. However, as a lobbyist, as a former lobbyist, I see the importance of people going down to the State House. When I was director of politics and legislation for AFSCME, I took my members down to the State House. And, you know, I let them know in trainings across the country that you're in politics 24 hours a day. The cost of your lights, your water bill, whether your streets are paved, we've got to delve into the heads of our citizens, the importance of politics and being involved in going to the State House and to the city county buildings.
Yeah,
but we have to talk to them. You know, it's like I said earlier, to my boss in Washington, and he's not my boss, but he still counts on me at the international, that we need to talk to people about issues that concern them. You know, it's a lot of these young people who are have Section 8. This man is going to close that program. You know, it's a lot of programs that they don't even want to feed children, babies. You know, as I said in a speech I gave down at the State House for the Women's March, you know, they talk about abortion, but once the kids get here, they don't want to feed them.
And and those are some of the things that are definitely important to highlight and discuss, is making it real to people, helping them to understand how politics interplays into their everyday life from the time they wake up into the time they rest their head at night. And even then, and we want to encourage you all, if you have thoughts on this, to really give us a call. And
Join
to
the conversation.
Join this conversation. The phone number is 317-239-1310. Once again, that's 317-239-1310. We are also streaming live on Facebook if you would like to watch and engage with this as well. Representative Pryor and Ms. Lewis Burks, one of the things I wanted to ask you about is bringing up that new crop. Ms. Lewis Burks, you just mentioned about some of the people that were your proteges that you helped groom, who are now our elected officials. What are you two doing now to try to bring in a new generation? Representative Pryor, you mentioned that you were not going to be a legislator forever. So what's being done now to try to bring in that new crop of talent when it comes to these elected offices here in our state?
Well, one thing we have several different programs. There's the Emerging Leaders program that the Indiana Democrat Party has, which is for young individuals. And then Hoosier Women Forward is another organization that I'm vice chair of. Miss Cordelia is also, I think she's still
I told you I would whip you with a switch if you didn't come over there, didn't I?
Oh, goodness.
I was the only Black person, and I called her and I said, and you better be here. And she came.
And I came. So we have that, which gets young people involved. And then also, I also have some young people that have been interns that I keep in contact with as well, and work with them. In those two programs, I'm always telling individuals and women to get involved with those programs, because I think it's important. And the other thing too is, as we have positions open at the State House, I'm also always advocating that we're having and hiring a diverse staff, even down to our interns. I came to Indiana as an intern, or Indianapolis rather, as an intern working for the House of Representatives in 1995. So I know and understand the importance of programs like an internship program where you have an opportunity to meet people and go on and be a lobbyist and move up into your career field and from a political standpoint. So, those are some of the things that I do, consistently telling my colleagues and advocating for diversity in hiring practices, because that is one of the best ways for our young people to get involved and have an opportunity.
Yeah.
I have never been on and I sit on a lot of boards. I'm on the Crown Hill Cemetery Board and Children's Museum, Judicial Commission. But I always try to bring some of my young people in. But one of the things that we must do, and I subscribe to at least 3 newspapers in this town, but I've never seen anything in the recorder about Hoosier Women Forward. So how did that information get out? And I don't know if either of you two young ladies, Tina, know anything about Hoosier, but we have to communicate that information so that people know. What is it? IDAC is another program. There used to be articles in the recorder about IDAC, and Ashley is president of IDAC now. But we have to communicate this information, because I get a lot of questions often. Well, Miss Cordelia, how do I get involved with the Democratic Party? And I give them information of how they can. Now, whether they do or not, it's not my fault. But we have to advertise these programs so that our community knows that they are available.
And speaking of advertising, we've got to take care of a little bit. So we're going to take a break right here and be back with you all very, very shortly. So stay right there. We'll be right back.
endeavor we involve ourselves with, all of us are going to have Black children. All of us have Black mothers. All of us have Black women in our lives who are affected by, being able to deliver, hoping that they can deliver a child without these high mortality rates, or the environmental impact that some decisions have on us. I think that, honestly, if I were going to quantify it, I think there's a level of selfishness that a lot of Black celebrities have adopted from white folk. It's just one of the things that I've always, I know Democrats are more than no political party is, but the level of selfishness, people are dying, people are losing things literally, and it is what about me? People are dying in the streets, and I think that they've been very successful in and killing off some people's aids and getting them to think like them in terms of this level of selflessness. It's just you, every man for himself, this old Darwinism kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that they've just had an impact on something.
Yeah, well, talking of Darwinism, survival of the fittest, I mean, if 50 Cent said, I'd rather be 50 than 20, which was an interesting dynamic in and of itself. Let me give the electoral count again. These are projections. No state is, officially been called. Race to 270. Joe Biden at 118. Donald Trump at 105. Please do not read anything into that yet. Far too early. And again, the states that are crucial: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, still outstanding, still too close to call. And I believe at last check, North Carolina might have fallen into that. We'll get an update on that. But I do think that people are saying that may now go red, go Republican. Let's take a quick phone call.
Well, I think it was red before. It was a question of
right, whether it would change. I just simply mean for tonight. Yeah.
Right.
1-866-757-0756 to get in the queue. It's *3. Abba Blankson of the NAACP has been running our board masterfully tonight. Abba, who do we have?
Ed, we have several social media questions asking how will the country heal no matter who wins? How do we heal and move forward?
Do you think, Adora, let me start with you, the idea of healing, because we're going to need that at some place in time. I mean, I have never seen, I was too young to really have understood and lived with an understanding of the civil rights era of the 60s and that kind of segregation and the violence. But I have never seen our country in my lifetime at this crossroads of tension and just at the brink of jumping. And I don't think a race war is an impossibility. What do you see in terms of healing?
Well, we know that the country is looking for healing. So it's not surprising that we've been receiving questions tonight about that. We're looking for unity, but not unity for unity's sake, unity toward a goal, whether it's ending the COVID-19 crisis or healthcare for everyone, or actually tackling racial injustice in this country, which is, again, just back to DL's point earlier, it's mind-blowing to me that some of these rappers, these Black men, would come forward endorsing Donald Trump after the summer we've had. I mean, this is a moment in the timeline of civil rights, that moral arc that Dr. King spoke of. That's what we're in right now. We are part of that. And we need healing. And how does this country come together? If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris win, they've been championing unity. They've been campaigning on the idea of unity. And I think the country understands that Joe Biden, I mean, the polls are showing that they believe that Joe Biden is a unifier. We know that Trump is a divider. He's a divider in chief, and that's how he works. And so if we are to come together under a second term of President Trump, it will be without him as our leader, and we'll have to look to other folks to lead us, whether they're in Congress or in the Senate, or activists like Alicia Garza and others to lead the way and to help us figure out ways to unify.
Yeah. DL, what's your thought of healing? The nation certainly needs it to a degree.
That's such an interesting question. It's such a misnomer. I can't recall, much like you can't recall a time where there was so much acrimony and turmoil. can't recall when I would ever apply the word healing to America. We've been medicated, we've been drugged, but we've never healed. Like healing. If you look at the attitudes, primarily the same attitudes from the 60s, 50s exist now. So the idea of healing has to represent the notion that we recognize that we've been sick in some kind of way. But there are a great many people in America, and unfortunately, a lot of people in power who believe this is the way things ought to be. So what is it that we're going to heal from? I would ask. I don't know what it is that we're supposed to be healing from. I don't. Yes, we're more boisterous, more bellicose, but these things bubble up and are louder at times. But I think that this is to a greater or lesser degree, this is the constant state of America. So I could never say that there was a time where we all got along and everything was better. I think that when economic times are better, we're
And we're back. We're gonna do a reset here, Ebony. Ebony Chappelle here with us from Open Lines, Your Eye on the Community. I'm Tina Cosby with Community Connection. James Patterson is here. He is our contributing analyst with Community Connection. Cameron Riddle joins us. He's back and forth between us and RTV6, and so when Cameron can be back in studio, we have him contributing as well. A number of people virtually backstage. Cordelia Lewis Burks, the vice chair of the Indiana Democratic Party, has been an absolute rock throughout the course of the evening. Her knowledge and her wisdom and everything that she shared with us from start to finish, from start to right now. Ebony, it's hard to believe that we've just got another hour left of coverage. But it's not hard to believe that if you want to get in on this conversation with us, by all means, please feel free to hop in. 317-239-1310, 317-239-1310. Ebony, we got social as well.
We do. So you can watch us live on Facebook. We are on 106.7 WTLC's Facebook, AM 1310, The Light, and Hot 96.3's Facebook as well. We want you to engage with us there. Send us a comment to let us know what your thoughts are. I know you guys have a lot of thoughts because this is one of those times, Tina, that a lot of people, we've seen record breaking early voting numbers, people sitting in long lines. So it's clear that they had a lot on their mind right here in the state of Indiana. So we want to hear from you on your thoughts as we continue on. You can also give us a call at 239-1310. That phone number is 317-239-1310. Call us and give us your thoughts.
And one of the things about doing a talk show is how much that you learn every day. I mean, regardless of the content that you put out there and regardless of the subject matter, there's something every day that we learn from people that call and interact with us. And so we ask you to call in, obviously to express your opinions, but we also learn as well. And that helps us to better present topics and subject matters and things of that nature. And on a night like tonight, which is absolutely historic, people want to know, how has my effort translated? What has my, James Patterson, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah. You stood in line 7 hours and 48 minutes. You and your wife, you and Mrs. Patterson at St. Luke's United Methodist Church at 86th and Meridian. One Saturday, and you were doing a great job of reports and keeping me updated in terms of how it went. I have to say I was absolutely dumbfounded when you said we just got in to vote and it was 7 hours later. But you and people that you stood in line with and the friends that you've made, from now on, everyone wants to see what has happened as a result of the effort that was put in to this historic election, to these historic lines, these record-breaking lines. We all want to know how it translates. And what it all means. And we it looks like Ebony and James that the last estimates I was looking online during the break, the last estimates are that it may be as late as 5 o'clock in the morning before we start to get a clearer picture of how this thing is going to shape up.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we expected, Tina, is that it would take quite a while to get these results in. Earlier on, we talked about the fact that President Trump was pushing to have election results tonight. And that is going to be completely impossible. Absolutely impossible. The way that things are going, we have Pennsylvania, which is one of those states to really watch. Only 44% of that vote has been counted, and it is looking like Trump is leading. But again, only 44% of that vote being counted. And this is
Ebony, did you see this? Biden just up to 209. 270 is the number.
Oh, wow. That is quite an
209 to
update.
112. Miss Burks, are you there? Is she still backstage?
I'm here.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
You're hey, you know what? You may as well ride it out with us for the rest of the evening. So we're done. We have to sign off at midnight.
I'm generally up on the computer till 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, good. You're like us. We're all night owls.
Yeah.
We're talking about where we're going to get something to eat. And in the middle of COVID, but after a late night at work, it's kind of hard to find something to eat.
And it's funny because last time around, Tina, I left and walked over to Coach's because Tuesday night is traditionally, in the before times, it was Take That Tuesday at Coach's, which was a hip hop night. So we went there to watch the election results, and you could get a drink and something to eat, drown your sorrows that way. So this time we have to get a little bit creative.
Yeah, but hey, you know what?
Yeah.
If we are nothing, we are creative.
Yes.
Tell you, we certainly are very creative. Yeah. James, I'm sure Ebony, James, Ms. Burks, I'm looking here to see what because the last time we looked a few minutes ago, it was 131 to 98, and now it's jumped up to 2. Pardon? Oh, we have a caller. Okay. Caller, you are on the air. What is your name?
Yes, my name is Derek Bell.
Hi, Derek. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm calling from the far east side of Indy.
Okay.
I'm calling in to talk about what was going on for today during the
I understand. I'm still on the radio.
Miss Burks, can we have you mute real quick? Derek, go ahead.
Go
you
ahead,
said
Derek.
you were saying,
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. I requested for a mail-in ballot, within maybe a week and a half before I when I got it, I turned it in within the day before the 22nd, which was on the 21st of October. Then the following week, I didn't even get my mail-in ballot at all. So I had no choice but to go in and vote today. And then when I go all the way to, I went to Warren Township Trustees Center, their office, and I got there around between 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I brought my my folding chair just in case the line was long, but it wasn't, because all of a sudden it was a straight shoe-in. So it took me about 10 to 15 minutes to do everything that it needed to be done, and then I was out of there.
Yeah.
So
wow. That's good. That's good compared to how it was with the early voting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's, you were quite fortunate. But you know what? The main thing is you did it and you stuck with it, because a lot of people would have stopped after they, a lot of people would have just stopped and been frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're dealing with the mail and things like that, these type of things really do deter voters. So Derek, because you were one of those people that didn't get deterred by the issues with the mail-in ballot and whatnot, what was it that inspired you to go ahead and come out today and cast your vote? And if you don't mind sharing, who did you vote for?
Well, ever since I registered to become a voter, I'm always been a Democrat all day long. I never switched. So y'all already know who I voted for when it comes to the Democratic Party, but I didn't do no straight voting, straight party, when it comes to Democrats, because some of them, especially when it comes to the courts and the U.S. Supreme Court, I don't know nobody. I really don't know who they are. I don't do my research or nothing, because I never know anything about them. But I know about the ones that's more important, like the presidency, the mayors, the governors,
right?
The the people in my community that supports this Far East Side community. You know what I'm saying? So, which a lot of times they the only one that's on the ballot.
And you know what? That's a point, a very well made point, and it has come up more than once. It came up tonight. It's come up a couple of times, several times on our show. Ebony, I'm not sure if it's come up on yours, you and Cameron's show, but that is something that needs attention and it needs to be addressed. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's a legislative. Well, Representative Bartlett told us it's a legislative fix.
Yeah, and that is some of the stuff that has come up on our show is people being very concerned about not having the proper information and feeling like their vote, frankly, is being taken for granted. So, Derek, again, thank you for doing what it is that you needed to do to get out your vote, to let your voice be heard. Any other thoughts you want to share with the community about the importance of getting involved and getting engaged?
Well, every 4 years or 3 years or 2 years, because I know we ain't gonna have one for next year, but it's important to vote no matter what, because I've been doing it, you know what I'm saying? When I live in the projects or where I live at in a tough neighborhood, but I've been here for 17 years and counting. So, but at the same time, I'm always do what I do to vote, you know what I'm saying? The ones that's important to me, not the ones that I don't know about. I've never seen them, never heard of them. I'm talking about the ones I really see all the time. They doing it, they working, they grinding. I see them on TV. I see them, they doing this, they doing that. So, but at the same time, when it comes to the mail-in ballot, I don't know if it ever gets to me, you know what I'm saying, even though I didn't get it just before the election day. But if it's a problem where, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to mailing them to the people, they supposed to get their mail-in ballots, how long will we get it after the election day? You know what I mean? Because I was up there waiting to do it, because you got to think about, because this year is the coronavirus pandemic. See, think about that. Yeah. I'm in fear of when I'm talking about the coronavirus, that I don't want to go to Warren Township Trustee Center to do that, especially the line if it was long. But thank God it wasn't, because like I said, it was in and out about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was up there like, dang, I don't want to be out here this long waiting just to vote and everything. I'm like, where's this mail-in ballot at?
Yeah.
And
so
a lot of people
I had
felt
no
that
choice.
way.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for your call. We appreciate it. And you know,
you're welcome.
Thank you so much for calling in. Really, really appreciate it. But the fact that so many people participated this year in the process, all aspects of the process, a lot more problems were brought to light, which can be addressed even more so than if we didn't have such high voter participation and high voter turnout. Very quickly, Ebony and Cameron is now back with us, and Miss Cordelia Lewis Burks and James. I was looking at this. Pardon? Okay. And so anyway, Ebony, we were updating the electoral count, and we saw that Joe Biden has 209 to Donald Trump's 110. But what I found interesting about this is that Joe Biden, in terms of the popular vote, he has banked 45,001,772. Donald Trump in the popular vote is 47,257,920. Isn't that interesting?
It is. And because that is something that we talked about earlier. Traditionally, when you look at some of the past elections, Democrats had really pulled that popular vote, and where we got deemed was on the electoral vote. But the New York Times, Indy Star is reporting that when it comes to the electoral votes, that Joe Biden is sitting at 209 of that 270 that's needed, with Trump sitting at 118. We still have 211 electoral votes remaining
that are still out there.
Yeah, that are still out there. Pennsylvania, which is one of the states to watch, is only reporting 46% of that vote. And Tina, you mentioned earlier that they were saying they may not know until 5 a.m. what that looks like.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like a Republican Trey Hollingsworth wins re-election to the U.S. House in the 9th District. So there's another one coming in from Indiana. Ebony and Cameron, we were recapping what has been taking place in the state of Indiana. The big ones, the governor, attorney general, those particular offices decided relatively early, almost immediately.
Yeah.
By comparison.
It has been a long night, and while I've been on the other side of the wall, I've been getting lots of texts. I got a couple group texts going with people who are getting tired and are feeling, if they're voting for Joe Biden, are feeling down. The folks who are supporting Trump are feeling good, and I keep telling them, I don't know why you feel any type of way, because there's every state that has come through so far has gone exactly the way it's supposed it statistically is supposed to go.
And nothing has been surprising. I don't see anything that's necessarily been flipped. Again, the later we get into the evening and probably early morning hours, we probably will see some action. But right now, it's pretty much as expected.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that they warned about, a lot of experts warned about, is paying attention to this blue mirage or this red mirage, how things are going, and really waiting for it to shake out.
I mean, it's really basic. But here's what's happening. People are looking at this electoral map on their screens on your phone or whatever, and you can go to 2012 when Barack Obama won. That map is mostly red. Republicans win more states. They are usually the smaller states, but that in turn makes the map look more red.
Yeah, it does.
Democrats win fewer states, the bigger states, the blue states. And so right now, nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Not a single battleground has been called. And so I could get how you would feel some type of way if, Florida is called one way or another, or Texas or Georgia. Not a single battleground, not one has been called. Every state that is red or blue, I would have bet my entire salary for the year that it would have been red or blue at 7:00 tonight. Because if you look at the map, this is all duh.
Yeah.
Every state that is still gray are the ones that you would have to wager. So it's 11:15, and I know it's late. And typically, I remember back in 2008 at 11:00, they were announcing Barack Obama was the next president, the 44th president. That was at 11:00. And so we're used to being done about this time.
We are.
When the Western states are getting their things locked up. But if we just go through, Florida, too close to call. Trump, 51, Biden, 47. But now that's 94% of the vote in, okay? But check this. Go north to Michigan. Trump is leading 54%, Biden 43%. But only 43% of the votes have even been counted at 11:00.
And that's the point. Yeah.
60% of the votes not counted. A lot can happen with 60% of the vote out.
And Cameron, back to Florida, a lot could happen because some of the larger precincts or whatever, you might have 99.8% of the, that it could have been called. I mean, it looked, but they probably are waiting on a couple of larger precincts.
And I know Broward County was one of those places they were really talking about earlier today.
Broward County, just north of Miami, and then Miami-Dade,
counted,
home to actual Miami.
And then the other thing, into the 08 and 12 and all of the other ones in between or before, we weren't behind the backdrop of a 100-year pandemic either.
Yeah,
which
plays a big role in it.
That has to factor into some of this. Because some of the things are different or slowed down. I mean, even the water main break in Atlanta, in Fulton County, of all things, has slowed things down by 4. Oh, I'm losing my hearing here.
Tina, it does look like we have Representative Summers on the phone.
We do?
I think we do. That's according to our control room. Anthony, is that correct? Do we have the representative, Emily?
I'm right here.
Oh, there she is.
Good evening. Representative Vanessa Summers, House District 99, right here in Indianapolis. Representative Summers calling in right on time. Thank you so much. How are you?
Oh, yes. I don't know why I picked 11:00. I've been trying
Well, you're up late with us with the night owls doing the third shift right now.
You know
Yeah.
what? Yet another member of the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus. And I have to tell you, you all have been absolutely fantastic to us throughout the course of the evening. James, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. James, you know, one member after another, your chair,
Yeah.
your chair, your chaplain, your members, has been senators, it's been representatives. So you all have very well represented this night of American democracy and helping and sharing and being a part of it and explaining things that some things we just simply didn't know. So how closely have you been watching this evening, or are you just tuning in, or what's going on with you?
Oh, I've been watching TV, you know, and it's just too early to call.
We were talking earlier that so far things have shaken out exactly as they were predicted to have shaken out, and at this point, no real surprises. Is that your assessment, or are you surprised or intrigued by anything that's taken place or that's developed over the course of the evening?
No, what I am intrigued about is all the early voting that has not been counted.
Yeah. We talked about that
And
too.
nobody said anything about it. Where does that change the map? You know what I'm saying? What does that do? They're not even. Everything could change on the count of the early vote.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So you think some of these are being called prematurely?
Every election night, I sit in the middle, look at TV, and try to figure it out, and then I just say, okay, I'll go to bed, and things will be different in the morning. But I think that we're going to be in for the long haul.
But you know what? The pundits, the analysts, everybody has been saying for the past week, prepare yourself, brace yourself, because you're going to have to be patient. You may not know. And I thought perhaps they may have been exaggerating, but a lot of the experts said you may not know on election night. And it very much looks like it, because election night's almost over. We've got 45 minutes left of the evening.
Yep, 41 minutes.
41 minutes. So we are not going to know.
No, we've got a long way to go.
Long way to go.
On that point about, being in it for the long haul, Representative Summers, we know that here in the state of Indiana, there were a lot of legislative seats that Democrats were hoping to turn in their favor to overcome that super majority that we have here. What are your thoughts on, I know we're still trying to see how certain things, but as far as the caucus, you guys have certain things that you are really focused on. I know that you've been doing a lot of work with the infant mortality rate here in the state of Indiana, which is one of the worst in the country, if not one of the worst in the world, honestly. And that's some of the things that Democrats have really been focused on. What is your plan when it comes to the long haul, when it comes to addressing some of the concerns that you have?
Doing what we've been doing for long as we've been in the minority, is just bringing light to some of the things that are going on. Now, our governor has talked that our infant mortality rate has gone up. Has gotten better by a point. That's about all. But maternal mortality is my focus. We have a lot of African American women dying just by being pregnant.
And that should not be a death sentence.
And it goes back to not listening to us, believing that we can take more pain, not knowing, not listening to the doctor's not listening to a woman that knows her body. And our numbers in Indiana are worse than Iraq or Vietnam. And we have got to change that number.
Wow. Absolutely. Representative Summers, we're going to put a pin in that right there, because we have to take a quick break here. But if you can just stay with us, we'll get right back to you right after this break.
All right.
Okay, we'll talk with you soon.
And Brittany Cooper is back with us, a professor and author, and someone who kind of laid down the law and let us know what the deal was in our, I think, 9 o'clock hour. Always insightful as ever. Shermichael, let me start with you as you look at the landscape of this evening, and you look at the idea that we're probably down to 4 states. Any surprise here to you? And if not there, what's been the biggest surprise for you this evening?
I mean, I'm not really surprised that I think a lot of people really sort of undercounted Trump and his ability to perform well. And I've been saying this for quite some time now, not to undercount this guy. I mean, he's someone that clearly surprised us in 2016 by his ability to turn out individuals that you would assume probably wouldn't vote for someone with some of his character traits. And for a whole lot of various reasons, they decided to do so. And I suspect that those reasons maintain today. But I think what will be interesting to see is once all the absentee ballots are counted, which is where I think the former vice president will likely be able to cross the 270 threshold, what percent of those absentee ballots, once contested in the courts, as you were just discussing, will be discarded, if any at all? I think that's where this thing will ultimately come down to, looking at the numbers so far, looking at the counties. But I'm not ready, at least at this point, to say that it's going to go towards the president, because again, there are millions of absentee ballots that remain uncounted. And when you look at the map currently as it stands, and you add those in to a place like potentially North Carolina, maybe even Iowa, Michigan, Arizona, I mean, I think Biden has a lot of room to grow. And so I'm imagining if you're inside of the Trump orbit, you're probably already beginning to think about, well, what's the legal challenge we're going to utilize, or the mechanisms we're going to utilize through the courts to contest as many of those ballots as possible for erroneous errors or whatever they may attempt to argue in court, to get as many of them discarded in an effort to help the president. So we shall see. But as it currently stands, I would not undercount the former vice president. I still think the numbers are on his side. It just depends on how many of them are discarded in the courts, if it gets to that point.
Yeah, let me also welcome into our discussion Aisha Mills, who was with us earlier, a political analyst and commentator. And Aisha, I want to see if we can get you to pick up on what Shermichael just said. You know, one of the things that I think people have forgotten are all of those absentee ballots, and you know, the idea that all of those mail-in ballots have yet to be looked at. Or I shouldn't say all, but many of them have yet to be looked at. So it's interesting to see the projection that many of these media outlets are giving to states, when you probably have a disproportionate amount of ballots that maybe prior to this election wouldn't have swayed it. But I would suspect in 1 or 2 states, you know, it may be the difference in a heavier count for the other person. I don't want to make it a Dewey Truman yet, but you know, who knows?
Sure, Ed, you're absolutely right. And that's why I am not as frantically anxious about the slow pace of the evening as a lot of other people. Now, I sat there in 2016 by 9:30, 10 o'clock, halfway in tears like everybody else who was watching, because that was quick. Those states did flip for Trump really quickly. But tonight, it is about the fact that there is so much more to count. Pennsylvania has pretty much said we're not going to know the vote here. We're not going to be finished counting until Friday at least. And other states will see the same. And in those battleground states, it really matters that every vote is being honored and being counted, because some of them could be coming from overseas. Certainly the mail-in, ballots are breaking records. It's a lot to count. And we know that there's a lawsuit out there where the United States Postal Service still needs to go find 300,000 ballots that they don't know where they are. So there's a lot of votes that are still to even be held by the folks who are supposed to be counting them, and then they still have to go through the count. So I don't want us to, just for the sake of fodder, right, because the ratings and the news need to say something, to start prematurely declaring things before we actually have a full take on our democracy.
Brittany Cooper, let me ask you in relation to some scenarios I'll play out. If in fact the Senate is turned over, but Donald Trump wins the presidency, are we going to simply see a reverse and the stalemate by Democrats and a continuation of a government that is dysfunctional?
Look, I think that we can't blame Democrats for creating the dysfunction. We engage in a kind of both sidesism here, and I think we really have to say that the modern Republican Party is a very particular kind of polarizing, insular, racist animal that has decided that either they get their way or the country goes over the cliff, and it's very hard when folks are dug in that way to try to become the reasonable person. And I think that that's the thing, is that Democrats are in many ways negotiating with folks who sort of style themselves as terrorists of the Republic. And I'm using strong language because if there were any day that we need to use strong language, it is today. What I hope would happen if we get a Congress that is controlled entirely by Democrats is that they will impeach the president. I think that that's actually the thing that needs to happen. I know that that also is extreme language, but the man has committed so many crimes. He commits a crime like every week on the news. He needs to be out of there, and there needs to be a different kind of leadership altogether. And I think if the people invest the Congress with this kind of power, their job is to veto him at every step of the way. Their job is to use their power to pass the legislation that the people want. Their job is to figure out how to hold these courts accountable. And so we've got to stop thinking, when Republicans win, even when Trump won after losing 3 million in the popular vote, they win and then they govern as if they have a mandate to govern the country, even when it's clear that with the people, they aren't popular. Democrats win and then they decide that what they want to do is try to unify and appease, and it's the wrong strategy. People are frustrated with this president, and even if the electoral map goes his way, I don't think the popular vote is going to go his way. And I think that part of what that means is that if the Congress is blue, they need to govern like they have a mandate from the people to actually get some things done, and that means
And we are back heading down the home stretch, our last 30 minutes of coverage of what has been an incredible night of our special Election Night One Vote 2020. I'm Tina Cosby. I've been here with you along with my colleagues, Cameron Riddle and Ebony Chappelle, host of Open Lines Your Eye on the Community, and my good friend and sometimes partner on Community Connection, James Patterson, who is our contributing analyst. James, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Indeed. Cameron, you've done a pretty good job of wrapping things up at the top or the bottom of the hour. Before we get back to our guests who are waiting backstage virtually, what updates can you give us?
Well, let's give you an update. Let's start with Indiana. What we already know, of course, Donald Trump wins the state. Governor Eric Holcomb reelected for a second term. Todd Rokita winning the spot, replacing Curtis Hill as Indiana's Attorney General. It is still too close to call, really, up in Congressional District 5. That is Victoria Spartz and Christina Hale. Victoria Spartz leading right now, 51% to Hale's 44%. But that's what 78% of the precincts reporting. We thought that Victoria Spartz was going to come out and make a statement, but that has not happened. And Christina Hale holding off on making announcements either way, because at this time they both think that they can win. Of course, Congressman Andre Carson will remain the representative for Indianapolis in the majority of Marion County. As I scroll down, I want to check on the IPS school board races and see if there are any projections on that just yet. Let's see. In District 1, with 96% of the votes already in, Will Pritchett has 64% to Brandon Randall's 36%. In District 2, Vanita Moore has a commanding lead, 79% for her, compared to Mr. Winston's 21%. That's with 96% of the precincts reporting. In District 4, Diane Arnold and Christina Smith are still pretty close, 52 to 48%. And then in the at-large, that's the big one. That's where a lot of money was spent. Kenneth Allen with 41% of the vote. Elizabeth Gore right behind him with 38%. And then Kendra McKnight, 17%, Ellis Noto, 4%. The difference between Kenneth Allen and Elizabeth Gore is about 2,000 votes, with Kenneth Allen in the lead. As we go to the national map here very quickly, there was a lot of red, and that's got a lot of people either excited or on edge, but it is just simply too early to call on the presidential race. There is not a single battleground that has been decided. It is either too close to call or too early to call. In Michigan, for example, Donald Trump currently has the lead there, 54% to Biden's 43%, but that's only with 45% of the expected vote in. So there was a lot of votes still out in states like Wisconsin, in Michigan, Florida. The votes are coming in, but 6% still waiting to see what happens in the major metro area of Miami and Miami-Dade County, Broward County, home to Fort Lauderdale, just north of Miami down there in South Florida, watching for that. Texas, they're saying too early to call. 86% of that is in, but Donald Trump ahead, 52% to Biden's 46%. It does, however, at this time look like Joe Biden will take Arizona with 75% of the votes in. Joe Biden 53 to Donald Trump's 45. Still too early to call, but Joe Biden opening up a wide lead.
So they have called that for Biden in
They
Arizona.
have not called that. It is too early to call.
Too
but,
early. It looks okay.
But when you look at that big gap,
you look at that gap. With it's a lot to make up.
It's looking good for him
Yeah.
out that way as those counties start to come in.
And you know what, Cameron, Ebony, and I, and James, we were all talking about just a few moments ago how Trump was leading in the popular vote, but losing in the number of electoral votes. Not only has Biden closed that gap in just the last few minutes, he's gone ahead. So now Biden leads in both electoral votes with 209. To Trump's 118. He also leads with the popular vote by 55 million to Trump's 53 million. So Biden starting to pull slightly ahead there in that area where he was actually lagging behind for quite a while this evening in the popular vote. Yep, indeed. Our guests who are backstage, we have a new guest that is joining the party, Representative Gregory Porter. He represents House District 96. Representative Porter, how are you?
And congratulations, Representative Porter.
Yeah, another 2 years.
Good evening. Yes, thank you.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Who else is back there with you? Let's see. We've got Representative Vanessa Summers. Are you there?
I'm here.
House District 99, and Cordelia Lewis Burks, Vice Chair, Indiana Democratic Party. She's still there. Unmute, and then James Patterson, our contributing analyst of Community Connection.
Yeah, I see Cordelia Lewis Burks as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, you know what? What do they call that with the fireworks? The grand finale. We are all the grand finale. We've got the
gang's all here.
Gang's all here. We've got the last 20 minutes of coverage or so. So, Representative Porter, you're the newbie to the group. Your thoughts and your reflections on what's gone on so far.
3 to 15. Well, this has been a really challenging evening for those of us here in the state of Indiana and House Representatives. I've listened to my colleagues off and on over the course of the evening, and I want to thank you and your team, James and Ebony and Cameron, for putting this on this evening. It's very good to have that dialogue as we continue to look forward to 2021 in regards to our Indiana General Assembly. Things didn't turn out thus far what we wanted to be this evening. However, as we all talked about, there are a lot of votes out there, and it depends on how close the races are if we can swing those votes more toward breaking up that supermajority. We have to break up that supermajority, or it's very important to do that so that we can have a more balanced government. It's kind of tough to be in the desert with just a little water, because you don't make it sometimes. But we want to get out of the desert and be more. We're already advocates, but we want to have more influence for our constituents. It's not about us, And Ms. Cordelia, I want to thank her for all her leadership over the years. She gave me my first campaign out of her office, and I've been there for a couple of decades now. So it's people like that who helped pave the way for us to be good advocates and be change agents because of your show and other conversations that happen out in the community. People think that legislation that I thought this bill up, or I think this is what it is. No, 90% of the legislation that we come up with is because of people have said, this is my problem, this is the situation, can you address it? Mm-hmm. And that's what democracy and collaborations are about.
Yeah, which is so incredibly important. We talked about that earlier when Representative Cherish Pryor was on with us about the importance of our people coming to the State House. I've heard it affectionately referred to as the People's House, which I think we really need to drive home to our community, particularly. Representative Porter, what can you tell us about what the legislative priorities will be this time around, so people know what it is that you guys are looking to focus on?
Well, one thing that this is the budget year, and we're going to have to build that $35 to $36 billion budget over the next biennium, and so that's very important. That's the only thing we really technically have to do is pass the budget. Other priorities as a caucus, as you well know, is about equity in regards to healthcare and housing, and we've talked about this, but it's about the maps. It's really about redistricting and gerrymandering that's happening in the State House for a decade or so right now. So we're going to have to address healthcare. We got this COVID money out here that we haven't spent all that money yet. Ebony, I mean, we got $2.4 billion from the federal government. We still have a little less than $1 billion that we can spend, and we have till December 30th to get those dollars spent down.
Wow!
And we have 90 days after that to pay off the bill. So those are things that are out there right now. It's a long session, and we don't know what it's going to look like. So we just need people to come down, and if they have to, virtually be there to advocate, or be there in person or whatever, we just need all hands on deck, right now, because we have to take care of Hoosiers.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Representative Porter. I tell you what, he encapsulated it all, didn't he?
He did,
right there. Representative Summers, any closing thoughts you have for us before we start to wrap things up?
I think that Representative Porter said everything that, as a caucus, that we believe that the State House is your house, and we want you to learn to advocate, because what we know is that not all all African Americans are represented by the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus, and so what we know is that those that are not represented by people of color, then they're represented by someone needs to know, the representative needs to know who you are and that you live in that district and are part of that district, and he or she represents them. And I think that's a lot of times what they don't know is the makeup of the community that they represent sometimes, or that maybe if it's all if they're a Republican, they do have Democrats that they have to represent.
Indeed.
And African Americans that they have to represent. And we need to make sure that our voices are heard.
And Madam Vice Chair, Cordelia Lewis Burks, the legend, Vice Chair of the Indiana Democratic Party, who has hung with us the entire evening.
Yes.
And
So grateful for
we
her.
are so grateful
Yeah.
for your wisdom, your insight, and your passion that you've shared with us. Any closing thoughts that you have as we start to wrap things up?
Well, that, am I muted?
No, you're okay. You're on.
Okay.
We got you.
There are so many things that our community needs to learn. I sent an email to Marshawn Wally, who is one of my proteges.
Yes, Marshawn
I
Wally.
said to him, I haven't heard you write, I haven't saw that you have written any articles about the census. And all of these programs that you all want funded will not be funded because this man in the White House is getting ready to cut the census short. The other thing, and he wrote an article, and I appreciate it. But, our people don't understand the census, and it has such an impact on our lives. How much money we get for our schools, our roads, even the number of seats that we have in the Congress. Now, one of the things that is coming up, because the Republicans have taken control in the Indiana House and Senate, is what? Reapportionment. And they will be drawing the lines again, not only for Congress, but for the members of the Indiana House and Senate. And I think at some point, there has to be a mechanism to communicate this to our community, to let them know why they need to vote and how important their vote is.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to go to bed tonight and wake up with a positive attitude in the morning, hoping that these numbers have changed in several of these swing states so that Joe Biden can be our next president.
Yeah, and Ms.
Thank you for having this, and I'm sure our community appreciates it.
Well,
Let
we
me
certainly
ask
appreciate
does
you.
anybody know Amanda Lewis?
Oh, that name sounds familiar. Do we know her?
The name does sound
It does sound very familiar.
Yeah.
I know her
That's my
electronically.
granddaughter, and she worked at Radio One, did her internship there.
Oh, okay. Miss
And
Lewis
was a producer there for a while.
Okay.
She's now at the election board. She's the third person in charge in the election board. And she hasn't gotten home. She left home at 4:00 this morning and has not returned yet.
Wow.
Indeed.
It's one of those days. It's one of those days. And you mentioned that you were going to sleep and you're going to wake up with a positive attitude and hope that the numbers are in your favor. I don't know how early you wake up. So it might be when you're having your first or second cup of coffee, if you're a coffee drinker like me, by
I
the
do
time
that.
you know something. So,
I have 3 cups of coffee and read all 3 of my papers.
Oh, there you go.
yes. So we shall see. Yeah.
Indeed. Cordelia Lewis Burks, Vice Chair of the Indiana Democratic Party.
Greg Wood is
Representative
one of my
Vanessa
children,
Summers.
too.
Thank you so much. Representative Vanessa Summers,
Thank you.
Representative Gregory Porter. Thank you all so very much for being a part of our coverage this evening. We really appreciate it.
Thank
And we
you.
will be checking in with all of you in the coming days. Just incredible panel throughout the evening. And, it's interesting because when we were lining up our guests, we were thinking the Indiana Black Legislative Caucus because they're African American, they represent African American issues. So we did invite. It just so happened that they were all Democrats.
Yeah, yes, the way it
have
works
to
out, right?
Yeah, and that certainly was not the intent to just show. But we did invite others, the other side, and they obviously were not able to join us. So we did want to make that. But
I do want to point out that I did talk to Whitley Yates from the Republican Party. She was invited tonight, and she did confirm that she was coming and just completely forgot, supposedly, in all that excitement at the JW Marriott because her party,
So
Republicans have done well.
There we had the other side covered. James, and that's that. I think that's worth mentioning, and we need to make note of that we did, we did include the other side in there.
We did our part.
We did our part, but again, we were thinking African American Indiana Black Legislative Caucus. So I want to thank the entire caucus. That wasn't all of them, but that was a huge majority of of them that came and sat with us throughout the course of the evening. So as we begin to start to wrap things up, anybody want to start or have any closing thoughts? Because we're right in the middle of it. I mean, I hate to walk away, but our coverage has to end at midnight. But we are smack dab in the middle. I mean, literally 50% of the way there.
The thing is, not a single battleground has still been called. I'm texting somebody who I'm in this group, and one guy says, I think we're done. The other says, well, you still have a lot of large blue cities that haven't fully reported. So this is by no means done. Not a single battleground has been called.
Exactly.
Even no matter what side you're on. Yeah, right now, Joe Biden, I mean, you could look at this glass half full or glass half empty. It's all in the whole eye of the beholder. So if you look at the map, it's a lot of red on this map compared to the blue. But if you look at the numbers, Joe Biden has 192 electoral votes compared to Donald Trump's 114. So that right there, that juxtaposition just shows you we are in such a limbo right now that until one of these battleground states is called, we really don't have a single clue. I mean, there's not a state that's on this map is not the color that we expected it to be.
Yeah, indeed. James, any closing thoughts on your end?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, I like what Representative Porter said, and all of them, Cordelia Lewis-Burks, Representative Pryor, Representative Shackelford. If I leave anybody out, I'm sorry, but all of them, Representative Jackson. What they said about the importance, and we were talking about this, and Tina, we've talked about this, of the census, and this is 2020, so it's a redistribute. It's a the gerrymandering. It's a draw maps. It's a drawing of the districts by the legislature. That's what makes it so important. And I just hope that people don't lose heart, because really, just like I think Cameron kind of intimated it, that the expectations were that we wouldn't know at midnight, which we're approaching in 14, 15 minutes, who would win, that it would look like that the incumbent president was ahead. And so I just hope that people don't lose heart no matter what happens tomorrow. Don't lose heart, because they are to be tremendously congratulated, tremendously honored for pushing through. We just need more people to stand up, and we talked about that this evening too. And to stand with our legislators, to stand with our leaders in order to get things changed.
But we want to hear from Ebony real quick. Thank you, James. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
So to that point,
and we have 3 minutes
Tina.
left, so don't rush. We had a full time.
Oh, okay. We have 3 minutes left. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Tina and James. But you know what, to that point about the people not becoming, disheartened with however this goes and staying encouraged. One thing that I want to highlight, which is something that we've talked about throughout the evening, was the record-breaking numbers of people that came out to vote in this election.
Right.
People that showed up early, over 102 million early votes counted in this country. And this is at a time when we have, experienced a series of catastrophic events, coronavirus, people being scared to leave their homes. We're dealing with a lot of civil and social unrest. The same things that, in one purview would prevent people from coming out to vote, make them feel very disheartened and unengaged with the process, were the same things that engaged a lot of people and energized them to come out. So no matter what happens when we finally get these results, I want each and every person listening to know that, yes, your vote very much does matter. Your voice very much does matter. So what you do with that is certainly up to you. So it is very, very important to find out what your passion is. That was one of the things we had Dana Black on earlier, that is doing engagement with the Indiana Dems. When she was doing her thing, she ran for office at one point in time, still found a way to get engaged. I interviewed her over the air about a year and a half ago. And one of the things that she told me
when she was talking to the community was find your issue, find your thing that gets you passionate, and really throw yourself into that. That's how you see real change. You know, voting is one part of the equation. It's like an entryway, a gateway drug, if you will, into what it is that we're doing here. So it really brings you into the process, but that's not where it ends. And if we want to see anything change in this country, we need everyone involved and at the table.
Indeed.
So are you guys going to bed tonight?
Yes.
No.
I am.
No.
I am. Self-care. I will be going to sleep.
Where's James? James, are you going to bed?
I'm thinking about it, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
If I go to bed, it will not be by choice. I'm going to go sit there, and if I fall asleep, I fall asleep.
I am never able to go to bed after election night, after any kind of election night coverage. I always stay up, and I've been up since 4 this morning and still not.
My God.
Since 4 this morning.
You know, I'm hoping that this Starbucks wears off because I would very much love to go to sleep because it's one of the things that makes me feel like a human.
Yeah,
is
it's
8
gonna
hours
take
sleep.
It's going to take a couple of days for me to come down. But James, we're going to, we're
got
going to
1
finish
minute
this
left, guys.
discussion. We're going to finish this discussion tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
On Community Connection, absolutely, and just basically, I cannot thank everybody enough. First of all, we all give our folks back here and over there and back there.
David, Jerry, Anthony, Emily.
Everybody. Thank you
Fantastic.
so much.
Yes. Also want to give a shout out to DJ Ready Rock, holding it down over there in Hot 96.3 Studios. I was running back and forth to do live updates on the air over there. So we want to give a shout out to all of the people involved here at Radio 1 Indy for making this possible.
Thank you to so many people who made this happen. And thank you to so many people who participated with us tonight. And guess what? We have just begun because we are going to stay on this. We're going to be right back on it tomorrow at 1 o'clock with Community Connection. I know you two are going to be on it Sunday with Open Lines, Your Eye on the Community. So just stay with us. We'll keep you informed.
A lot of work to do. We are not signing off. We're just taking a break so we can continue tomorrow morning with Tina Cosby live at 1 again. Everybody here at Radio 1, be proud of what you put together. This has been beautiful coverage and a public service. Anthony, turn that music up. You're doing a good job. It's time to go, y'all. Have a good night.
Everybody.